Stream is starting. The Captain Coder at the helm. Bean water is ready. Today we will learn a lot. He loves the questions, he loves to sing. Join our Discord and follow him.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you, wherever you happen to be in the world. It's great to have the whole crew here with us. Captain Coder here on this beautiful Saturday, everybody. Can you believe it? It's already Saturday. Holy cannoli. It is Saturday. We got the whole crew here. Corfless, congratulations on your almost first. Congratulations on your almost first. You got here a little early, and then boom, snatched away. Kwani, congratulations, my friend. Happy to have you here. Congratulations on your first. Corfless, thank you so much for being here. Corfless, thank you so much for sharing your progress on the Discord. This was really cool to see. Over on the Discord, Corfless, let me see if I can pull it up here. Why is this so hard? Corfless is sharing what you've been working on. Need to share my non-code stuff. Cool stuff. What program is this are you drawing in? This is all handwritten stuff. What is this done on? Poostack, welcome back to the stream. Lost your streak, number 6, but that's okay. I think you lost it last time though, so I guess that's all right. Poostack, how you been, my friend? It's great to see ya. Code Monk. I love that name. It's a monk who writes the code. Code Monk, I hope you're having a beautiful day as well. Draco, it's great to see you. How is your progress coming along? You're doing stuff in Unreal, I believe. The screenshots you showed me were gorgeous. Gorgeous screenshots. And Element, welcome back to the stream. Element 82, I'm glad you're here. Welcome back. Happy to have you on this beautiful Saturday. Dramulks as well. It's great to see you, my friend. I hope things have been going awesome. I hope you're doing wonderful. I hope your dog is doing wonderful. Dram, we love you. We love having you guys here, the whole crew. It's so wonderful to have you all here on this beautiful Saturday morning for me. I got myself some bean water. Oh, caffeine Saturday, folks. I've been not having caffeine most days of the week, but Saturday's the day I've been like, I can drink as much caffeine as I want. Got to get a whole week's worth of caffeine in on Saturday. So good. Oh, the caffeinated caffeine. The caffeinated coffee sounds good. This new project is quite as a whole, but my part won't be as interesting. At least that's what I expect from the introductions. Gotcha. New project is quite interesting. If you're allowed to share anything about it, feel free to do so. I'm always interested to know what you guys are working on. If you can't, that's also okay. It's also okay. You don't have to divulge anything you don't want to divulge. I just hope you're having a beautiful week, beautiful day, beautiful life, beautiful year. It's February, folks. Can you believe it's February? February 3rd already. It's almost like we missed the first 2 days. What are we working on, folks? Of course, imagine sharing screen with my friends on Discord to see. Must be me. You're doing a screen share to share it there. Very nice. Poostack says, too long, didn't read. Sensors on engines provide data. They get sent into the database. Then they get parsed into reports. I will test the parsing and reports. Very cool. So it's data collection related to sensors in an engine going to a database, and then you're building out reports for it. That sounds pretty cool. Mr. Natural, happy Saturday. I hope you're having a wonderful week. I hope you're doing well. Welcome back to the stream. It's good to have you here. Caffeinated bean water tastes so good. That's right, Corfless, not here. There, on the Discord, sharing the Captain stream. So the crew has spoken, folks. The crew has spoken. If you missed it, I guess you could still go vote. I didn't realize I had set the timing correctly. But the crew has spoken. Overwhelming. Overwhelming's not entirely true, but 40% for Pac-Man here, folks. 40% for Pac-Man. So we're going to be trying to implement. I really didn't think Pac-Man. I really thought Galaga was going to win this. My heart wasn't on Tetris. I could have just said, let's do Tetris. But I'm really surprised. I guess I shouldn't be. Pac-Man's a fantastic game, but Pac-Man won this vote here. Which educational project are we going to work on next? Looking like Pac-Man. G, welcome back. I hope you're doing well. Happy Saturday, my friend. And so we're gonna figure out, we're gonna try and figure out how the heck are we gonna do Pac-Man as a terminal game? Because I want to do terminal. Every tutorial does Galaga-like, nobody does Pac-Man. So you are pioneering Poostack. I guess we'll have to take a look at that. See, but we're gonna do Pac-Man in a very weird way, I think. I think we're gonna do Pac-Man in a very weird way. Corpulus, you're always putting things to the extreme. Why do you have to try things the hard way? Why you gotta do things the hard way? Look, look. All you gotta do is type it with all the letters in the correct order. I think it even works if you do it with, it doesn't work with a capital C? That's weird. Surprised it's case sensitive. But that's okay. That's okay. Folks, you guys don't know Corpulus, incredible crew member, human being, doing gaming and programming, streams it sometimes doesn't. Computer science enthusiast, works as a part-time coding teacher for elementary kids. It's absolutely wonderful. Mr. Case Sensitive, yeah, so I've created a repository called Capman for this. So we're gonna make a version, a Pac-Man inspired game. I don't think I'm allowed to say it's a Pac-Man clone. Let's get that open up here. We are gonna do a Pac-Man inspired game. And we're gonna try and write it a bunch of different ways again. We're gonna see what we can get done with it. And so I'm trying to debate. Sounds like Last Airbender. Pudoto, welcome back to the stream. Popcorn, it's great to see you. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. So I am thinking, and maybe I shouldn't do it. Maybe I shouldn't do it as a console project. But part of me really wants to see if we can do it. Can we make it? Can we do Pac-Man? Fully implement Pac-Man without a UI? Without a UI, and then do it in the different places. Console's probably easier. I made Pac-Man like level for the game I'm making. It's just not for to play. I don't quite understand that part there. Marshall, welcome back to the stream. It's great to see you. G says console's probably easier. Easier than what? I would do it. So the other option I was considering is doing it in Raylib, which I still want to do. I'm just not sure. Easier than, you don't know. Certainly, I think it would be easier than maybe Unity or something. I don't know if that's true, though. Let's create a new project, though. .NET. We're going to create like a little playground for it. See what we can come up with. .NET new console. We're going to do an out here. And I want to think, maybe we should play some Pac-Man. Maybe we should play some Pac-Man first. Maybe Unity is easier though. Maybe. I don't know, because Unity, fun to play. Gotcha, Popcorn. Let's see here. Maybe we can play some Pac-Man in the web browser here. Is this playable? Why is this so tiny? Is there not a full screen option? Where's the full screen option? All right, it is playable. There's not full screen there. Brand new programming. What language are you gonna use? We're gonna use C#. We're gonna use Natural Flavors. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Happy to have you. Mizzard, a turn-based Pac-Man. We could try turn-based Pac-Man. But we're gonna make a Pac-Man inspired game. And so the question is, do I want it to run in the terminal? I think I want to make a terminal version. Yeah, we're gonna do you can't hear this, it's super loud. Mizzard, welcome back to the stream. Natural Flavors, happy to have you here. We are programming in C#. We're getting started here. We're just getting started. We're gonna do this capman.console, and we're probably gonna abstract some stuff here. And she gets moody. Look, I hardly know her. We can't pack her. I hardly know her. Oh, sorry, that's a terrible joke. All right. Thank you for Renaud Marshall. Thank you for the hat redeem. Let's get a hat on this stack. First hat of the day. Nicely done. Let's get a hat on the stack. Oh, there we go. Push that in there. Oh, thank you for the hat redeem, Marshall. Okay. So my .NET. Let's do a .NET new SLN. Okay, .NET SLN add Catman console. So Natural Flavors, what are you programming in? What are you working on? We have a Discord too. If you're brand new to programming, if you don't know who I am, I'm Captain Coder. I'm a computer science educator. My full-time job is teaching computer science and programming at a school for ages 10 to 14. So I work with young people who are learning programming. I do music there too. I do a bunch of stuff. But I mainly focus on teaching computer science and programming. I'd be curious what you're programming in, what projects are you working on? Why? Like, I have so many questions, but I don't want to overwhelm you with them. If you want, can join our Discord. We got a lot of people there who are learning to code, and then we also have a lot of people who are wanting to help people learn to code. And I always say the best way to learn to code is to write stuff. If you get stuck, ask questions, and then share your code. Say, how can I make this better? How can I make this better? Questions are art of programming. Questions are art of programming. I don't quite understand it. Meowstacks 07. Thank you for following me today. We got Meowstacks 07. Welcome to the family. I'd like to say welcome aboard. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, Meowstacks, welcome aboard. Meowstacks, thank you for the follow. Natural Flavor says, very cool. I'm taking a boot camp from Simple Learn full stack and using JavaScript right now. Gotcha. Great way to start. We forgot to update the what text. Let's do that real quick. That's awesome. What made you decide to switch into programming, and more specifically, you wanting to do full stack? Really cool. It's a great place to start. There's a lot of stuff to learn, but I'd be curious what got you into programming. What was the inspiration to get you there? Because I know a lot of people have been super inspired by Pirate Software doing game dev stuff. So I'm seeing a ton of new people getting into game dev. For what it's worth, I feel like I do a lot of game dev here, but it's because I'm learning game dev. It's not my background. My background is mostly in doing back-end server-side stuff, a little bit of DevOps, sort of a jack of all trades type thing, but I don't do a lot of front end. Welcome to Captain Coder Canada. Today the crew has voted and selected a Pac-Man inspired game for our next project. Today we are figuring out how the game will work and if we can make a console version of Catman. You can find the source code on GitHub. Let's get a link to GitHub here. The GitHub. There we go. There you go. That's what we're doing. What? Hero Fox, it's great to have you back, my friend. Welcome back to the stream. I hope you've been doing wonderful. Natural Flavor says, I found programming interesting and it seemed like a good potential career path. Absolutely. Definitely find it interesting. Just a lot to learn from scratch. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, there's tons to learn. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. And if you're worried about getting in the middle of something, you can use !Q. Queue up a question. Ask anything you want. We love hearing from people. Oh, one other thing I got to do is I need to update my showcase command. Man, there's so much to do at the beginning of the month. I always forget showcase text. We do have a new showcase. Captain Coder, don't miss our next community showcase Saturday, February 17th at 8 a.m. Eastern. Are we in Eastern Standard and Eastern Daylight Times? Are we in Standard or Daylight Time? I don't care about where I am, but the rest of the United States. That's okay. 8 a.m. Eastern Time. We want to see what you're working on. Sign up on the Discord. There we go. Okay. All right, folks. Thank you for bearing with me there. What are we going to do? All right, so we got to think about how we're going to do Pac-Man. I need a way to represent the pack and the dots and all of this stuff. Connie asks, when you could program everything you want without thinking about skills, issues, or resources, what would you be? I think you're asking, correct me if I'm wrong, if I could program anything I wanted without it being, if I just had the skills for it, what would I program? Is that the question? It's a really good question. Here's a silly thing that I've always wanted. Look, I find dating apps kind of awful, insufferable. Tinder, all the dating apps I think are terrible. This doesn't have to do with programming an app. It has more to do with a thing I want. I wish there was, and this might sound really sad, I wish there was an app for just finding friends. I don't want to find friends to date. I know there's Meetup. But I want an app just to meet people around me. I want an app to just meet people around me who just want to hang out, have coffee, and play board games. That's what I want. Dating app, but that is not where the money is. Yeah, there's no money. There's no money to be made in the app that I want. The app that I want is just to make friends. I haven't found that particular app. That said, I'm pretty sure I have the skills to make that. I just don't think it would be very good. That's an interesting question. Thank you for asking. Elemental says, how can we see all the chat commands? Is there any command or something like that? Good question. I think exclamation point commands will bring commands. There it goes. It'll bring you there. Also, the commands that's mostly important commands that do something interesting. If you scroll down on the page here, it's listed down here. So if you want to find the commands that you can spend, wrong button. The commands that you can spend points on, there's a redeem section for it right there. And then above it are some of the other animations and stuff. Since I don't have channel points, right? So there you go. 10-minute timer. All right, you're on timeout. It's the wrong button. Welcome back to the stream, Art, Connie. Welcome back. It's great to see both of you here. I hope you're having a beautiful day. You're on the timeout command. Yeah, can make friends at work. You just have to wait 7 to 11 years before you can get drunk together. That's probably true. I don't drink, so I wouldn't know. Let's open up the questions that takes. We got another one. Natural flavors. So Connie, I hope that kind of answered your question. I wish there was an app. I wish there was a program that made it easy to find friends. I don't think that's a programming or skill issue. I think that's just a social issue. People, for some reason, people my age find it awkward to meet other people. And when I try, they always like, why is this guy talking to me? I don't know. Maybe also I'm kind of weird, so I think that might be it more than anything else. If I can make anything, I'm not sure. I don't know. I feel like as a programmer, I have the skills to make any app I want, but that's just my ego being fat. Natural flavors. When did you start learning programming? Might be the stack of hats. Yeah, it's walking around with all the hats on. It could be Art. So natural flavors. When you start learning programming. I wrote my first computer program when I was 7 years old. I wrote my first program in a language called BASIC. So I always say that at school there was a magazine, Popular Mechanics for Kids, and there was programmed code in it. And I would take that code and I'd copy it into BASIC, and then I'd run it, and then I'd modify that code. That's how I started programming, was looking at code, copying it, and then modifying the code. That is, I think, one of the best ways to learn programming is looking at code, seeing it as the example, and then adjusting it to try and do something slightly different. That is a fantastic way to learn code. And I started when I was 7 with BASIC. And then I got into Quick Basic. I did some Turbo Pascal. I did C programming. PHP was one of my first web programming languages. So that is how I sort of got into programming. Is I stole some books. I borrowed some books from the school library and then didn't return them. That's essentially what happened. That was my first experience. 2 Elements. Nice. Fear Fox, I'll be your friend too. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just find it hard to meet people who just want to be friends. It's interesting how hard it is to just find people who want to just be friends. And then don't see like maybe some kind of ulterior motive. I don't know. It's interesting. MJT, welcome back to the stream. The origin of the problem is there's no space where the older generation can meet. Yeah, I was talking to someone. I was saying, the new neighborhood I just moved to is awesome. There's all these little parks. There's not a big park that you go to. There's all these little parks, and I see children out there playing all the time, and I think that's super cool. Yeah, welcome back to the room. I think that's amazing. And I was saying something. I wish there was something like that for middle-aged people. They have senior centers. They have parks for people to play as you get older. So like 50 plus. There's these 50 plus communities. I'm not 50 plus. I'm about to turn 18 for the second time. So I'm mid 30s. There's not a place for people in their mid 30s just to meet up and play. Like I want to do like dodgeball or something like that. Meetup is okay, but it's such a, I would say it's more about ages 22 to 30, right? So 20 to 30 tend to do meetups. I go to these meetups and I feel like a little bit awkward. I'm kind of the oldest person there. And so I've just felt in my mid 30s, I've been having trouble because I just moved as well. I've been having quite a bit of trouble meeting people my age. So I have some friends who are a bit older than me. So I'm 30. I'm 36. I'm 36. I'm not 36 yet. I'm about to be 36 this year. But I have some friends who are like 48 and 50s who I've taught and I've met and I hung out a little bit with them. But it feels still a little bit awkward to like say, hey, you want to come over and play some board games or something like that. That doesn't quite work. Or it feels weird. I don't know why. Nya, it's great to have you here, my friend. Welcome aboard. I would spend Saturday typing in that code, MJT says, and then if it didn't run, you would have no idea why. And then when you turned it off, the game was lost forever. It's true. That's true. If you because you don't have a hard drive, you have to put everything on floppy disks. Poostack, then it's just a marketing problem. Probably people who are your age aren't that knowledgeable about what you can do with that application. So here's the thing that kind of exists. I think there is, well, I don't want to get into too much details on those particular apps, but the ones I've used tend to have people who are trying to use it not to make friends. So I don't know how to fix that problem. So you have these apps where they are designed to make friends, and then you meet up with someone and it turns out that they want to be your boyfriend or your girlfriend. And that is always a little bit of an awkward situation, even though the app is for making friends. That is the thing. So that has been my experience with a few apps and trying to make friends in person, is that it ends up not being that way. Yeah, Marshall, exactly. It ends up being that, which is not what I'm looking for. And I don't know. Okay. I think dating apps killed minding apps. I think that might be what it is. Friend finding apps. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna hop in here. We're gonna think about some Pac-Man here. And what are the components, Lee? Natural Flavors Unfortunate Bar is a great place. I don't drink. I've heard maybe I could go. Here's the thing. I have gone to bar. My hat is doing this weird thing here. My head is too thick. We might have to swap out this bottom hat. My head is doing this thing where it looks this thing here. Anyway. Pooh Stack, thank you for the hat redeem. Let's add a hat to the stack. I appreciate that. Let's put a hat on here. There we go. Now we got the dual hat. Here, I'm going to put this one on the bottom. You want that one on the bottom? Ooh, that one doesn't feel good. My head's too thick. Got one of them thick heads. All right. Thank you for the hat redeem. So whenever I go to the bar and I don't order a drink, why is alcohol... All right, let me ask you this question. Why is alcohol the one drink where the one thing where people say, "Oh, why don't you drink?" People suddenly think I'm an alcoholic or something. Maybe not. But people say, "Oh, why don't you want to drink?" There's always a line of questions. I can't just order something that's non-alcoholic. There has to be a line of questioning behind it. When I go and I get breakfast, so here's the thing. Yeah, there's weird culture around it. When I go and get breakfast, people don't go, "Oh, why don't you like toast?" Why that it's weird, isn't it? I agree. So when I order breakfast, people are, if I get breakfast for dinner, breakfast is one of my favorite things. I go to a restaurant that has like eggs or something. It's interesting when I go and I do that. No one says, "Oh, you're getting eggs for dinner?" That's not a thing. Too good for a glass of milk? That's right. I don't understand it. It's interesting. I don't know what it is. Anyway, bar culture kind of makes me slightly uncomfortable. Slightly uncomfortable. This didn't load right, so let's reload this window. So before I moved, I used to go to the game stores. There's a bunch of game stores. I used to go to game stores and like Friday Night Magic. I'd go play board games. There's some Dungeons and Dragons games as a part of out at game stores. And now I live in a place where there's a lot of college students. And I was younger then. When I go there, again, I feel awkward and old, like I'm like the weird old guy. I'm not even that old. I'm the weird old guy. I'm the weird guy that's like 15 years older than everyone, 10 to 15 years older than everyone there. And I feel kind of, people kind of think anyway, I get the impression people think I'm creepy and weird. And so it makes me feel slightly unwelcome. No one said you can't be here. Why am I not getting the autocomplete? .NET SLN add Catman console. Okay, I didn't. Oh, it's already there. There it goes. Okay. I want to make a terminal version. I'm gonna write a really dumb prototype just to think about this game. Just to think about the game. So Pac-Man is a game where we have this board. Let's look at a traditional Pac-Man board here. And we have Pac-Man, and then we have these dots, and then we have these walls. So I'm going to take a screenshot of this and see if we can rebuild this map using some ASCII art, or turn it into a tiles, sort of doing it as tiles here. Let's open up in the image editor on this side, just so we can see it here. So I want to make this board, and a question that I have is this, can I think of each one of these things as cells in Pac-Man, or do I have to think of them as continuous space? So the dots line up on this. The dots are equidistant. They're equally spaced here. But we have things like there are 2 dots here. So the walls, I want to sort of think about this here. The walls, how thick are the walls compared to the dots? The walls look to be too thick, it is a grid. So I'm thinking, how thick are the walls compared, and is it the grid? The dots seem to be the smallest size things here, right? The dots are the smallest size thing. So can I represent, how big is Pac-Man compared to the dots? Are there really 2 dots here? Is a question that I have. What is the representation? What is the data representation I want to use to represent Pac-Man here? This board here. So can I do it as an array of walls, dots, pills? These are power pills. And so that's sort of a question I have here, is what is the data representation I want to use to represent this? I could just use it as an image. That's another option. I could potentially do it as an image, but I'm trying to just think through this process a little bit. If I wanted to ASCII-fy this, put it in the terminal. If I wanted to ASCII-fy it. Smap says, I wouldn't do the console version as the graphics would be too compromised to help you think about the necessary gameplay and you'll get distracted. That's probably true. So maybe we'll just start with a Raylib version. Maybe do the console version last. Ooh, that's a good idea. Maybe I will do the console version last. That might be a good idea. We might start with a Raylib, or at least second. We might at least do it second. Do a Raylib version so I can think about, okay, these are actually, maybe this is a vector of some sort drawing it out here. So that's not a bad idea. Let's do that. Let's make a Raylib Let's get Raylib installed here. .NET add package Raylib CS. Add. Let's make a new directory. .NET. Right pixel directory the window in the console. Well, launched in console. Kavajra Tis. That's sort of what I was thinking. Is well, could we just make a giant terminal? Can we make a terminal who the pixels are small? I think Smab. I think you're right. We should think about this. And maybe adding a renderer for the console might be the way to go rather than trying to do console and letting the console version get in the way of our data model here. So let me actually make a .NET. I'm actually just going to move. Here, we'll do this. .NET new console. Capman Raylib. We'll put it in the Raylib here. .NET. Aslan add Capman Raylib. Smab, I think this makes sense. So thank you for saying that. .NET new add package Raylib CS. And I'm gonna go look at the examples again here. And let's open up the Raylib version here. That's the plan, Art. That's the plan. I kind of want to have a little character that has a hat. You know, starts with no hats and then collects hats as you're going out through. I think. But yeah, Catman's gonna have a little hat. Maybe picking up coins or something. I don't know. Pac-Man inspired game. So let's get a little window here. So I'm gonna pull up our documentation, our examples here for Pac-Man. Oh, no, not Pac-Man. Raylib, C# examples. I'm just going to start with the example here for getting up. He's going to be a cap. Oh, maybe it is a cap and it's flopping around. That's an idea. Smab. I almost named it Cap Nam. I almost named it Nam Cap. Because that's Pac-Man backwards. I almost named it Namcap, but I thought that was a little bit. It didn't. This name here, Namcap, felt a little bit off to me. So we went with Capman. I also thought about doing the gender neutral mix. So we have Pac-Man. We have Mrs. Is it Miss Pac-Man or Mrs. Pac-Man? I was thinking of doing mix. Pack guy. I was thinking of doing mixed pack. Something like that. It's Cap from Viet. Oh, yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Cap is a bottle cap. That's true. I decided the mixed pack person was gonna be a little too controversial for Twitch, though. I thought it might be a little too controversial, so I decided against it. Too hot a topic. Okay, we were gonna go find, Raylib examples here. Let's just get a, forgive me people, please forgive me. We just wanna get a Hello World game here. So I think what I did to get Hello World was, core, basic screen manager. I just want basic window here. This is the example I want. We're gonna still this. I'm gonna drop that here. Why are my fingers doing not what I want them to do today? It's very interesting. Okay. So we're gonna start here. We need using Raylib. See, I don't like the static use here. My personal preference. We're going to create a window. Raylib dot make window, Raylib dot set this. We don't need a return here. Bring that across. Well, not window should close. Raylib dot. This color one's a little weird. Color dot Ray white. That is interesting. That must be just like a slightly old. Or am I looking at some non-C# examples? It must be C# examples. It's interesting that they've changed the names to be lowercase in whatever version I happen to be using. All right, so let's get a window open here. I don't need all of the commentary. Okay. And let's make sure this runs. .NET run. Get a window open. It opened. Congrats, you created your first window. Look, guys, we did it. We did it. We're done. All right, folks, thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. Have a beautiful day. We're done. We did it. We did it. I forgot it always starts on my other window, so there was something I did here to make it. The C# version, it's really, I haven't done it yet. But, so Raylib, if you may or may not be familiar with Raylib itself, you can target WASM, HTML5 here. You have to use Emscripten, MCC, to compile to that WASM. So if you're using the raw C or C++ bindings, it's supposedly more straightforward. I haven't done this. C# web, someone put together this library, which I have not used yet. And supposedly you can do it for the web. It's been done. If it can be done reliably, if there's a tool chain for doing it, I don't think that exists yet. But it looks like the answer is with some effort, yes. With some added effort, yes. That means there's a lot of caveats to that. I'm sure you can't use any .NET library, that kind of thing. So an example here is they specifically say, don't even try to use build. It doesn't work. When you're building it, you have to do a .NET publish to see it. So there's some stuff going on with that we have to look into if I wanted to get this to build for web. So the answer is essentially a big fat maybe. So maybe with enough effort, but really when it comes down to it, with enough effort, you can kind of do anything, right? With enough effort, you can make a lot of things happen. It's just how much effort do I want to spend doing it? I want this to launch on my other window, so I want to go look at how I did that real quick in my other program. Give me a second. Does push D work? There's no push D. Let's open up a new terminal real quick. Captain Coder org chess puzzler Raylib. Believe I did it in this one here. I want set monitor. This will make it show up. This is just a hack on my end. You can't see it, but when I run this program, it's starting up on the wrong monitor and I have to drag it over, and I just don't want to do that. So by doing this, it'll put it here. Interesting that it ends up not being centered when I do that. Does it have to be if I do it here? Now I'm curious. I bet no. So what's interesting, that's super weird. I have different resolutions on these monitors. So check it out. It's centered fine here. If I start it on the monitor over here, it's not going to be centered. That is weird. I don't understand that. It's almost like for a second, the screen sizes incorrectly. And then, yeah, it's because my monitors are in different resolutions. It's doing something interesting that I don't quite understand. It's trying to keep it. I wish you guys could see the other monitor. I wish you could see the other monitor. So what's interesting is I think this is Windows is a culprit here. My monitor to the left, the monitor that it's opening up on, is at 2K resolution, not 4K, but 2K. And the monitor you're seeing is actually HD 1080p. And when I drag it over, it's maintaining the size of this window between those two resolutions. So it's maintaining the size between those two windows, the two monitors. So Windows seems to be doing something interesting. When I have it switched to this monitor, it is not sized properly. It's very interesting. Javasaurus X, welcome to the stream, my friend. Glad you're here. Hope you're doing well. What have you been up to? Handling screens with different pixel densities is always interesting. Yeah, I think I'm interested to know, is this a Windows thing? Is this a Raylib thing? The easiest way to fix this, I believe, and I don't want to do this, is in here, easy is a strong word, set window size, because this is what I ended up doing in my other one, and it ended up kind of working. 800, 600, or 800. Let's do screen width. This is, you don't want to do this every frame. This is a little, I'm curious what this will look like if I do that. Yeah, so if I resize the window, it's really weird because it is trying to draw it on the other window for a half second. I bet if I put this down here, I wonder if this is blocking or not. Okay, so I only have to do it once there. Interesting. Really interesting. Natural Flavors, thank you so much for the follow. Natural Flavors, I would like to thank you for following me. And now, Natural Flavors, welcome to the crew, my friend. Welcome to the stream, and I hope you enjoy your stay today. Natural Flavors, thank you for following me. Javasaurus X, that really defies the point of the init window method if that's the case. That's the behavior. That behavior is sort of what I'd expect. The question is, can I set the monitor in an init window? So ideally, I would set it here. What's interesting is I cannot call set window until I've initialized the window, but I cannot specify it here. Or maybe I can. It showed one override. Oh, and then it has this. This is, let's see, init window. Unsafe, yeah. So there's this other one here. That's interesting. Anyway, this seems to be fine. This is okay. This is okay. I'm okay with this. So we have this on the screen. So the question I have is, how would we like to define our board, our character, the dots on here? So if I'm using a grid, you guys know me, I like to put everything in arrays if I can. Is that true? Is that always true? So the question I have is, how do we represent this data? Is Pac-Man, these ghosts, I think they just appear bigger than they are. Really, the dots here are the grid, and then there's sort of these walls. I don't know if the walls actually need to match up with the grid size. So if I were to draw, I'm really, really curious here. How big is my grid? There's 2 here. The wall here is width 2. The wall here is width 3. Okay. So how many of these do I have in my grid? So I have, this is my width. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. If I really wanted to think about it, it'd be 26 wide just for those. 28, 30 wide. I could think of it as 30 wide here if I wanted to represent it as a raw array. 30 wide and then quite tall. Quite tall. Here. So we'd want to represent that here. And we can sort of count. The ones here seem the easiest to count in this row here, or column. 30 wide we got, and I bet I could look this information up. 1, 2, hang on, I bet I could just look it up. What are the dimensions of Pac-Man board? 28 by 36 tiles. That's probably what I should have. So 28 is what I had. The game used a total board size of 28 by 36. Okay, 28 by 36. So I think I'm going to represent my board as an array here. So I'm going to create Google to the rescue. Yeah, look, I felt like the counting was getting a little bit concerned. So we're going to do a board.cs here. Just like we did in our puzzler, we have a board that's going to represent what are the things that can be on the board. We can have a variety of things in each cell. And what's interesting is we want to animate moving between those cells. So I think that's may or may not be how I do it. I'm not 100% sure. But the board itself may or may not include Pac-Man on it. So we have a public class board. And I'm going to represent the board as an array of, I'm gonna do internally, we're going to use characters, because in my mind that sort of feels like it's going to make sense to me. Maybe. Let me think about that. No, we should make an enumerated type. Make an enumerated type, and then we'll convert it in there. I want the types of things I have are food. We also end up with cherries and random other things coming in as well. But I'm gonna represent so we have dots, we have power pills. These are called power pills. We have dots, we have pills, we have walls. Those are the things I'm gonna start with. Here. I'm gonna make a string array to start out to be sort of our test board. And nothing, that's correct, and nothing. Javasaurus X, thank you for that. And nothing, exactly. Let's do it. Points, add Javasaurus X, excellent point. 50 points there, thank you for that. I'm gonna just call this, let me make this a public, read-only default, standard board. And our standard board is going to be 28 wide, so what's interesting is it doesn't include the walls in this. I think I'm going to include, let's do it without the walls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Bear in mind that I think some of those items and coexist. So fruit and pill may be in one location. Yeah, so I'm probably, Smab, I'm probably going to end up using, that's a good point. The cherries and stuff can exist. The ghost can exist in the same spot. Let's keep going here. Is that so? I'm not sure I should boot up my Pac-Man. So yeah, I'm not sure. At the very least, the characters can. So we're gonna, Marshall, that's a good idea. Or that's an idea. I don't know if it's a good idea yet, but Power Pill and Cherry, I doubt. So I don't play enough Pac-Man. Look, I honestly didn't think Pac-Man was gonna win here, so I'm really excited by this because now I get to challenge myself further. Let's do this. This will be 31, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 20. Here, let's stay the course. 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hopefully this is 30. Hopefully this is 30. He's a Pac-Man specialist. Yeah, Cricket has. Ooh, we got to get Cricket in here. We got to get Cricket in here. Be able to play it on a matrix printer. That's right. That's right. Okay. So the wall here, I just want to get the shape of the board right to start out. Again, and then we could use this to load in different walls and stuff. So, all right. So I know that we come down one here, and we have 1, 2. Let me put in walls here. 1, 2. I'm looking here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Oh, 4. And then this is 3 thick. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. I have over. I thought I had a thing where it lets me do inserts. If I do insert. I thought I had an extension installed that let me write on top, but that's okay. And then we have a space here. And this one is going to be, all right, so we have a wall here. Let's use the multi, we're gonna do the multi-cursor technique, folks. Multi-cursor technique. And so this is gonna be how many wide? This is hard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come across, and we have one wall. This looks incorrect. Why does this look so incorrect? It's 2 wide here. And then is this the same? Is it 5 wide? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is 5 wide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this one is 4 wide. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then, oh, apparently, okay. So our wall here is here and here. Okay. All right. And I think this is it. So this is our top section. It looks super weird to see it all bulky like this. I don't know if does anyone else feel it feels super bulky to anyone else, but it feels super bulky being an ASCII like this. So I'm gonna actually put this up here, and we're gonna fill this in like that. These are gonna represent our wall. Okay, and then we have 2 walls here. So this is the top part of the Pac-Man board. Top part of the Pac-Man board. These are. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Hang on. Should be 3 thick. My brain is having so much trouble here. I gotta look at this. 1, 2. The power pill. 3, 4, 5. Okay, 4, 5. We're here. And then we're gonna come across. So this is gonna be 2 thick. Thank you for bearing with me on this. My brain can't quite handle this. It's fascinating how hard this is for my brain to handle. And then this one comes across. Gonna line up there, and then we have 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There's a space. 1, 2. And then this one lines up here, like so. Okay. Yeah, our cursor is kind of too tall, which is fascinating to me. Something I'd never thought about in Pac-Man. Hero Fox, I'm not sure if we'll do this one as in the current class I'm teaching this year. We probably won't get to this one. So I've kind of finished up the curriculum, the projects. I think I have all the projects I'm going to do in my class this term. Now we're sort of exploring. I was having a lot of fun doing this type of thing. We're exploring this. Ideally, we could do this as a class project, but I do think this one's going to end up being beyond an 8-week class, beyond an 11-week class for this particular group. But it could be, I might teach a class that's just called like C# coding challenges, and this could be part of that. I don't think I'll use this one in my class this year, but I like to explore these things just to see But they feel like really this was more of you guys. I had you guys vote on this one on Twitter. On the sorry, not on Twitter, on the platform formerly known as Twitter. The platform formerly known as Twitter. Excuse me there. All right, and so then this should be hashes here. This comes across. Yeah, so I only posted it for 2 days. It was very brief. There was also a post on the Discord about it. Don't worry, I'm gonna try and do more stuff like that. The reason, you know, I'm actually really impressed how many votes I got at all. I will keep calling it Twitter until they change the domain. It's true. It's true. I was amazed at how many votes. Look, I know 20 isn't that many, but I'm amazed that 20 people voted on it. I haven't done this type of stuff in the past because I've always been afraid no one will even vote on it. I'll get like 1 or 2. But I'm impressed we've actually received 20 votes. So thank you all for doing that. Thank you for making me feel like people are out there engaging in what I'm doing, not just in the chat, but outside of that, and want to see me do interesting things here. Pac-Man is something that I've always wanted to make, and I've never done it because it's been kind of scary. So I kind of thought no one was going to pick this, and so here we are. But here we are. So it's really, this is really exciting for me. Pac-Man seems, at a glance, Pac-Man feels really simple, but it's not. Yeah. Irad Dev, welcome back to the stream. Ascertainment, congratulations on your bonus points there. Thank you for the daily. Thank you for, they're all the same daily here, you know, all of that. So now this comes across 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Here, we'll add these back in as well. Ascertainment, I hope you're having a beautiful day. Irad Dev, thank you so much for being here. I hope you're having a beautiful day as well. This should be 2 wide here. 2 wide here. And then this is sort of inverted or mirrored. Invert is the wrong word. Like that. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. My pleasure. What I should say is it's my pleasure to have you here. Let's bring this across to the edge. Bring it to the edge here. Like so. And how thick is this? Is it going to be ASCII Pac-Man? It's going to be interesting. We're going to do... So I was going to do the terminal version first. But Smab made an excellent point that if I do the terminal version first, it is probably going to I want to do it several different ways. I want to do at least 2 versions. One will be in the terminal. I want to think through what are the logic, what parts of Pac-Man can we write unit tests for? How can we write unit tests for Pac-Man? How could we potentially turn this into an educational project and create different versions? One that is a windowed program. I would love to do one that is a terminal version as well. But I think if I did it as a terminal version first, I think Smab made a good point here, that it will cause me to do things very strange, very weird, and not think about, well, what is Pac-Man at the core? At its core, Pac-Man is a game that is real time. It's not turn-based. If I do it as a terminal program, I'm going to end up doing stuff in weird turn-based ways. So I'm going to do it as a windowed desktop application game first, and then I'm probably going to write a terminal renderer for it. So it runs, all the logic stuff is running in the background, and then there just happens to be a renderer that knows how to draw it in the terminal based on the window size. I think it'll be really cool. I think it has potential, I think, to be really, really cool. So Smab, thank you for calling that out for me, because I was about to go down a horrible, horrible rabbit hole there. So this particular set is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wide. Raptine, welcome back to the stream. I hope you are having a beautiful day. So I need to make this 5 tall. We'll do this on this side here as well, so it's sort of mirrored. Congratulations on number 12. I think it is something people need to be educated on generally. Yeah, I've had a lot. Maybe you wouldn't be surprised. I was surprised how many people. I'm surprised how many people have asked me, "Hey, I really struggle to take something and write it." So with tic-tac-toe, for example, I've had people say, "Hey, I made this tic-tac-toe game. It's in the console. How do I put it into a windowed application without having to rewrite the whole thing?" You're currently in your own rabbit hole. Are you doing CSS stuff still, Smab, or did you get out of that one? Did I ruin you? Hanso, I says, I already learned unit tests. I want to learn more, but not sure how to continue. I think the best thing to do is to try and write code that's testable. That's the best way to practice unit test, in my opinion. Something else you might consider is finding a book. If you're doing Java, for example, JUnit in Action, I think is a really good book to learn some of the principles of unit testing. JUnit in Action. If you're doing Java, this is the book that I learned a lot from as far as unit testing and writing testable code. I don't know if JUnit is still the big one. So I might recommend JUnit in Action. Still in that one, Smab says, and how best to use it with Blazor as well, making notes that may be useful. Smab, you're the best, man. You're amazing. You're amazing. You gotta write the assert ghost is cute. Exactly. I'm looking into Spock. It uses Groovy. I haven't used Spock before. I have not used Spock before. Tell me, what is Spock? Spock is a unit. I imagine it's a mocking tool. Spock makes me think of mock. Spock Java unit tests. A testing and specification framework for Java and Groovy makes it stand out from crowd is beautiful and high. So one thing you might want to, I don't know if this is specifically for doing unit testing. So there's different types of testing. Unit testing is just one of them. Integration testing, end-to-end testing are two more types of testing. There's like penetration testing. There's all kinds of different types of testing. Unit testing is, in my mind, writing testable code that doesn't rely on anything external. Hero Fox says, how do books compare to online information to docs? Is it just better explanation? It depends. I think it depends. I think there are some really good online information as well. When you get a book, it tends, in my experience, this isn't always the case, in my experience, a book is more directed information. It depends on the website you use. For example, the Learn You a Haskell website is literally just the book. It's just the book. It's a fantastic book. You can get online. So if the information is presented in the way of, I want to take you from point A to point B over the course of 300 pages, that tends to be a really directed course. It's like taking a long course. A lot of online resources for doing something be like, here's this tutorial, 30 minutes. I don't think that's the best way to, I think that's a good way to get into something. I don't necessarily think it's a good way to learn over a long stretch. I want to learn this tool in depth. If you're trying to learn the tool in depth, a book is often designed to have a pathway for learning it in depth. A small article, a web page, usually shows one feature at a time. And so a book, in my mind, spends a lot of time going in deep on a subject. Not always, but that tends to be, I think, why I like books. Why I think you learn better from them. Why I think some people learn better from them. In my experience, my students learn better when they have a book to work through. Reading the docs, you already have to, as far as reading documentation, I think that's a really important skill to develop, but you have to have a certain amount of programming background before you can really just look at docs and understand. So I think people, for example, I think Unity's documentation is really good. Most people think the Unity documentation is terrible, But as far as documentation goes, it's quite good. I think it's quite good compared to other things. I think RayLibC has really good documentation, but it's brevity. There's a lot of brevity in there. If you didn't have a programming background, it'd be hard to understand. Maladroit Pixel, Unreal documentation, is it good? I haven't seen the Unreal documentation. Welcome back to the stream, by the way. NRTFM, read the friendly manual. Yeah, I always tell my students, read the friendly manual. Addict, a tick attack. Welcome back to the stream. Nice to have you here. Okay, so here is where we've got our ghosties. JavaScript says, as far as Unity goes, it's very heterogeneous. It's excellent for some things. It's horrendous for others. I think I think it's not necessarily super consistent. I'd say for the most part, I find it quite good. Mildred says, and I've been learning French all this time. Bonjour, I know no French. What is it? What was the one thing I learned in French when I was, je suis désolé, no parlez vous français. So sorry, I don't speak French. Je suis désolé, parlez-vous no parlez français? I think that's the only, I'm probably not even saying it right anymore. I learned, sorry, I don't speak French. The one time I needed to learn that. I've only been really learning from docs, but thinking of taking plunge and buying some books. I have found books to be really good. For me. Thanks, Javasaurus X. Thank you. How was my terrible French? Did I properly, so here I'll ask, did I properly communicate that I do not know how to speak French? Did I properly communicate that I do not know how to speak French? You did. All right. We did it in a very polite way. Yeah. I learned some other phrases as well, but I don't remember those ones. Is this the same size here? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So is this 5 tall? 1, 2, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. These are kind of special here. These points here are special. So I'm not sure if I need to do something to indicate they're special or if we just have it wrap around the board when we get there. Oop, too many. All right, and we'll add in these. Beautiful. Je suis français, yeah, I was Canadian French, but the west side of Quebec, so I've been to Canada a handful of times. Aries, I just wrote my first C+ program for my homework. Aries, that's amazing. What was your homework? Is this your first time doing C++, it sounds like? What did you write? What was your homework? That's really cool. That's exciting. That's super exciting. Congratulations, by the way. All right, so technically, these ones are harder to put in here because we're missing the dots to help me make this grid. All right, so this is where the ghosts live, and there's really a door here. There's a door here. I'm gonna do this for now. We might have to add something in to notate a door here. It was a pizza party program, something simple, but I am still a beginner. Is this your first programming class? Also, congratulations on doing your first program. It's super cool. That's super exciting. Do the multi cursor technique here. Surprisingly hard to make it. This is my first programming class. Awesome. Are you as excited to be there as I am for you? Because I'm so excited for you right now. I hope you're as excited to be there as I am for you. I'm over here going like, oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. Move this cursor here. I'm excited and I love what I'm doing. That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm super glad to hear that. Okay. So let's work from the bottom up because now, so we have some reference points. This is too thick. TWO thick, not that it's too thick, it's TWO thick. And the way I'm gonna vision this is we have this coming across like that, and then in the middle here, well, I thought this would be easier, but I should have four evenly in the middle. Needs to be lined up with these ones, right? This is our last wall here. We have a space here, a space here, I believe. I'm gonna be off by one. It's gonna be horrible. Every time I have a youngling, oh sorry, a tick attack asks, what are you creating? An ASCII map. We are making a Pac-Man game, and so I'm trying to get the board representation here. So we're gonna make a Pac-Man game, and so the Pac-Man board we discovered is 28 wide. And 30 pixels tall, 30 units tall, 28 wide, 30 tall. And so we're creating an array here to represent it. Yeah, so Pac-Man is the project we're doing. We had people vote on it on the Twitter. We had people vote on the next project. So, and the crowd has spoken. We're gonna do a Pac-Man game. And we're gonna try and implement it in a way. I have this uneven, it looks like, by the way. We're gonna try, I didn't count here. This looks uneven to me. We're gonna try and implement it using unit tests and some good practices to turn it into an educational project. Corfless says, "Scoozy Captain, I need to have some rest. Thank you for the stream, and hopefully the Pac-Man comes up nicely." Corfless, have a beautiful day. Thanks for hanging out with us. Enjoy your rest. Keep coding. Keep growing, keep being the best you can be. You're welcome back anytime. We'll catch you soon, my friend. Catch you soon. Once made a Pac-Man for the ZX Spectrum using Z80 assembler. Very cool. Very, very cool. A tick attack. Have you met AONDev? AONDev does stuff with Z80. Why not use run length encoding to make the array construction smaller? So this is for programmer sanity. This is for so I am currently programming for programmer sanity, not necessarily for optimal coding, optimal system coding, because I have a modern system with lots of memory. Look, check it out. Check it out. Oh, let's try specs. Look, modern system. I don't need to make the construction smaller. I can use up a lot of memory here. I can use up a lot of memory. This is for programmer sanity. I think programming for programmer sanity can be a very useful thing to do. So this is too wide up here as well. You know, so there's certain times when optimization can be good. Unfortunately not. This won't run the Java virtual machine. I don't have enough RAM on my computer to run it. Art says, I read an article last night about a guy who made a ray tracer for the ZX Spectrum. Apparently took 70 hours to render a scene, but it included shadows. That's amazing. That's amazing. Void42, welcome to the stream. Have you met Void? 42's the answer, you know. Oh, Void 42, thank you for following me on this beautiful day. Happy Saturday, Void. Welcome to the stream. Welcome aboard. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. We encourage. Not only do I want you to backseat code, it's encouraged. Not only can you backseat code, it's absolutely highly encouraged to do so here, because that is how we learn to code better as a crew. So please don't hesitate. Ariella, good meowing to you. May I share an image link from the article? Art, please do so. Please do so. Growl VM. I haven't used Growl VM. I'm assuming it is a bytecode. It can run Java bytecodes. Or does it compile some other way? I know that there's some compilation process that can Java to LLVM. And I've seen some really cool stuff for doing that. I did some coding last night and thought of you, Ariella. That's amazing. What coding did you do? Ariella, what coding did you do? Tell me. I need to know. What were you working on? And I always look. I love knowing that I like that people think about me. It makes me feel special. It makes me feel special when people think of me. That's pretty cool. Just a wee bit of Python. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, we are working on a Pac-Man inspired game for our project. So we're gonna figure out how to do Pac-Man. We're gonna create a game called Capman. It's a little guy that wears a hat. Little guy wearing a hat here. Is this really 4 wide? Okay, so I've done something just wrong down here is what's happening. I've done something just wrong here. So this should be, I think, like this. I guess I should have counted these out. And this here, hang on, I got something terribly wrong happening here. Let's zoom in. This is 1, 2, 3 tall. Okay. Something terrible has happened here. And I don't... Oh, no, maybe not. This feels okay. Okay, so it worked out. Trying out the XKCD variation of Matplotlib to make cartoony graphs for science cartoons. Oh, they have like an XKCD style on Matplotlib? That's kind of cool. That's really, really cool. I did not know that. How is that experience going for you? Have you found that to be a useful, like, is it working out? That's cool. All right, let's keep going here. I must have an off by 1 or something here, because this isn't lining up correctly. That is great. That's awesome. I wonder who. So part of me wonders if the author of XKCD made it themselves. That's silly. Sorry, chat. That's a code, not a link. Gotcha. Anonymous, welcome back to the stream. Art, I wanted to check out your link here. Let's check out your link here. Thank you for sharing this. Oh, that is really cool. Someone did ray tracing on the ZX Spectrum. That is really neat. I know it doesn't look like much, but under the hood, the code involved in doing this must have been super cool. There's a Creative Commons license for it too. That's awesome. Okay. So this comes out here. Something feels slightly off to me here. Oh, no, it doesn't. Here we go. Okay, it worked out. This should be 3 tall. And then we need this to be 2 tall. Boom. Coding chemist. Welcome back to the stream. Congratulations on your number 13. A Tick Attack, thank you for hanging out. Keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be. You're welcome back anytime, my friend. You're welcome back anytime. Thanks for hanging out with us. Coding chemist, I hope you're having a beautiful day. What have you been working on? What are you working on? Look, if I ever ask a question, you don't have to ever answer. I'm just curious. I'm a curious captain. We have a twofer here. I don't know if this is long enough. This feels like it may not be long enough. Okay. Do we have the board done? I feel like we're missing rows. This whole thing is missing here. Oh, no, it's not. It's right here. There we go. Did we do it? Do we have a basic pack board? Basic pack board? Okay, so now I want to come in. So this section starts with blank, so we'll clear that out. We're gonna clear this intersection out here. Is that true? Is that how Pac-Man starts, with those blank? It's okay. And just look, I don't know me a Pac-Man. That. This is how the part of the reason, so people, I know more about Tetris than like I really feel like I should. It's because I ended up doing writing Tetris when I was a TA, a teaching assistant. I had in that one, we were doing a Tetris project, and I implemented Tetris, and I saw it implemented a bunch of different stuff, implemented Tetris a bunch of different ways. Maldrick says, today I'm working on becoming a terrible artist. Me too. Not today, but I'm also a terrible artist. Current level, I draw better than with my non-dominant hand. So I made a whole game about how I draw terribly. If you haven't seen it, it's it's a poorly drawn card game. And this is the art. This is the art I did for this game. I was just like, let's just go for it. Let's just go for it. So and this is all digital, and my art got better as I went. I'm pretty sure this is the first one, the Insufferable Bulk. It's the first art I did. Just scribble it out there as fast as I can. Gandork is fire. Yeah, Gandork is good. So on these, I sort of tried to limit myself to 30 minutes per drawing. And so we made a whole game about it. Coding comments, all good. I've been doing a little bit of work on a fitness app. Very cool, that I'm using to track my activity and weight loss. That's awesome. Yeah, so for me, this was the first time. I usually lean into using open source assets, Creative Commons sort of stuff. And this was the first time I said, you know what, I'm going to do everything myself. So I did everything myself in this particular game, and it was super fun. Pushed myself. I learned a ton, and people loved it. People loved it. The art style was so inconsistently consistent that it worked out really well. It was super fun to do that. Okay, so let's come in here. I'm clearing out those spots. There are also no dots here. What's interesting in this game is, I'm pretty sure, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, as soon as Pac-Man moves here, he has to continue. As soon as he hits a spot, there's like a point of no return where he comes out the other end. So we'll have to figure out exactly what that is. Also, the walls here feel weird. I feel a little weird, but we're gonna leave it this way here. All right, folks. Here's our default board. Let's add in our power pills as well. I'm gonna do a star for power pill. Star. There's only 4 power pills in Pac-Man. This game is a hard game. Jeez. We're going to add the fruits. So I think there's going to be an additional layer. I think there's going to be an additional layer for fruits, because I think fruits can overlap. Yeah, the star looks a little weird there. Maybe I should make it an O. Does O look better? O looks way better. We'll go with O. So this is sort of the board configuration. You can imagine having a board that had a different configuration than this as well. And you could use this to define it. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. It worked out. Why not play a little Pac-Man and find out just one game? We played it for a second. We played the Google version of Pac-Man for a second to think about it. But we might look. We might go joystick mode. We might have to bust this out. We might bust out the C64. Maybe we'll go get the C64 version of it. This Pac-Man is hardcore, man. Maybe we'll connect this and we'll play Pac-Man with a joystick. That could be fun. Maybe bust out the C64 version. All right, folks, we've been going for about 90 minutes here. We're gonna take our first break. When we come back, we're gonna get some stretching in. We are gonna keep working on our Pac-Man here. We got our board, our basic board done here. What a modern joystick. Are you saying what about a modern joystick? Are you saying this is a modern joystick? This one is technically a modern joystick. It's just, it pretends to be, it just looks like it. Looks like we can make our own joystick. We're gonna do that at some point too. All right, folks, Captain Coder's gonna get some more bean water. I'm out of bean water. I'm gonna chug the rest of this here. We're gonna fill up our fresh water. We're gonna come back. We're gonna do some more. We're gonna do some stretching. We're gonna do some Pac-Man. Get your mom, get your dad, get your cousin, get your uncle, get Bobby, get Susie, get your bear, and bear with me because we are going to do some stretching when we get back. Hang tight. Don't go anywhere. I will return. Well, my coffee is brewing. I just want to give a shout out because I know Art, you're heading out. I want to give a shout out here to Art Berklis, incredible game developer, incredible programmer, making his own game engine for this beautiful game right here. This beautiful game, the Warlock's Gauntlet, a hack and slash game. Gotta check it out. Writing his own engine in C++ specifically for this game. Give him some love. You're gonna want to go check it out. Incredible place, one of my favorite places to be on Twitch. I'll be back. All right, everybody, I'm back. We're gonna deallocate some hats. Hats coming off. Exclamation more 500 points. Get a hat back on set. Krasenstein. Yo, how's it going, my friend? How are things coming? How is Worlds of Grimm coming along, my friend? You are one of my biggest inspirations. Everything's good, buddy. Everything's good, folks. We're gonna get some stretches in. Get on, Krasenstein. You're here. You're just in time for the stretches. You're just in time for the stretches. Get on up, everybody. It's going great. Getting ready for PAX East. That's awesome. Awesome. Look, folks, if you're like the captain, you're hunched over your computer all day like a coding troll. Maybe you're hunched over your game console like a gaming troll. Maybe you're on the internet. Maybe you're over on Reddit being an internet troll. Whatever type of troll you are, you deserve love. Captain Coder loves you, which means
you in the back. Pay attention.
Which means you should love you. And if you love you, you gotta love that body. One way to love that body is to get up and stretch every 60 minutes. Every 90 minutes, 2 hours tops. Get up, move around. Come on, everybody, stand up. Let's start off with some shoulder rolls. Get those shoulders up, back, and down, and we're gonna roll them back. 2, 3, 4. Add the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arms. 2, 3, 4. Quadritus. Don't listen to quadritus. 2. Rolling 4, 3, 4, and the elbows. 2, 3, 4, full arms. 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah. Krasenstein, whatever works for you. If you're already standing, maybe take a little break. Stretch it out. Stretch it out. Rand, I'm glad you got your coffee. Welcome back, my friend. Let's do a trunk twist. Arms up the side. You're going to rotate back and forth. Nice and slow. Oh, ooh, got a good pop in there. Got a good palm there. Nice and slow. No pain. If you feel any pain, stop. You're doing it too hard. Nice and slow. Back and forth. Slowly raise those arms up. Raise those arms up. Oh. Now we're going to lean to the left. Oh. Lean to the right. You're a fox. It's okay. Look. Hopefully some of this energy will get to you. Oh, get those nice stretches in just like that. Just like that. Oh, doesn't it feel good? Let's get some forearm stretches in. Take those palms, press them together, pull them down. Oh, get them down, get that nice forearm stretch. If you feel nothing here, you can actually push out a little bit. Just want a little bit of tension in those forearms. This is a really good one if you have repeated stress injury like I do. I have carpal tunnel. Helps keep those RSIs at bay. Maybe won't prevent them, but can help keep them at bay. Oh, doesn't that feel great? Oh, that one feels so good. Go and let it out. Roll those wrists out. Roll those wrists out. Oh, so good. Thank you all so much for joining me in those stretches. Thank you for joining me in stretch. 1 second. Rand, sorry, let me give you permission here. I don't know why. There we go. You should be able to copy paste that now. Yeah, Twitch is not the greatest for coding streams. That said, after you've been here for an hour, once you've been in the chat for an hour, it recognizes you and it won't block you again. Feel free to copy paste that. I can copy paste it if you can't get access to it. A moderator deleted your message. I'm still raging at VS Code, trying to bend it to my will. I want to build .c to .exe and have terminal open to CWD and run the exe, but it seems impossible without really tearing into that settings. It's definitely not by their examples. Yeah, I haven't done C programming. I haven't done much C programming using Visual Studio Code. So like my process I've done very little C programming on Windows specifically. Most of the stuff I've done has been in Emacs land. Emacs usually work, but on Linux. So Linux specifically. So I'm sorry to hear that. Sounds frustrating. I'm gonna add a commit here just so we don't lose this little bit of progress. We're gonna add a get ignore file. Hang on. Copy. We're gonna copy the get ignore from our chess puzzler here. Get status, make sure you didn't add anything. There we go. Git commit -m chore initialize Capman project and create basic board data. Okay, so we've done next to nothing, essentially what's going on here. You can get it to open to command the working directory, but not auto run the XC or auto run the executable, not in CW. That's interesting. Krasenstein, great question. What are we doing today? What are we doing? The crew has voted. Thank you for the cloud of disapproval. Hopefully I don't disapprove too much. Sounds frustrating though. Thank you for the cloud of disapproval. We were working on a Pac-Man inspired game, so the crew voted over on the Twitter, on the platform formerly known as Twitter. People voted for the Pac. People going for the Pac, so that's what we're doing. We're gonna see if we can write a version of Pac-Man here, create our next educational project, Pac-Man. Okay, so Twitter's the URL. It's still so funny. Yeah, it's a platform. So what I should just start saying is at twitter.com rather than saying Twitter. At Twitter, JD with the hat redeem. Let's get a hat in here for you. Thank you for the hat redeem, JD. Let's go with the fedora. Let's go with the fedora. Thank you for the hat. Oh, look at that. JD making me stylish. Thank you for the hat redeem, my friend. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a beautiful day, folks. If you guys don't know JD does dev, JD does sax, JD does it all. JD does impressions. Look up right up there.
Let me
this is beautiful, man.
Captain impression.
JD doesn't wear a hat though. Just the one.
Not the captain, but my eyebrows also move in a way.
Be sure to give JD some love. I love you, man. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the stream last night. I fell asleep and woke up. I woke up in a really great streamer's. I don't know how I got there, but who did I wake up as? Is a really good streamer. I was really enjoying them. I woke up this morning to find myself in a new place. Let's see if they're still live. Me Megatron, the new streamer here. Me Megatron. We're gonna give a shout out to Me Megatron in a second here, because this was a super fun place to wake up. JD, I don't know the path that led us here, but this morning, well, it's fun waking up to the raid rabbit hole. I was like, I have no idea how I got here, but this stream is really cool. Doing some stuff in Unreal. Very new stream. We're only 264 followers. Okay, so you went to Practical NPC and Practical NPC went there. Yeah, it was super fun. Let's give it it's probably gonna wait a second here, but go check her out. I had a lot of fun over there this morning. Gotta wait a little bit longer. We'll give a shout out here in just a second. But yeah, absolutely loved hanging out over there. JD with the follow. JD with the follow. Look at that. JD just going for it. All right. We're going to hop back in here in just a second. If I can get this thing to go off. Come on, shout out. I'm going to forget. I want to do it before I forget. Shout out. I'm loving all the new game dev streamers. That Pirate Software has been inspiring. So with Pirate Software just exploded, and there's been so many new people inspired to stream, and that has been super, super cool. It's been great meeting all these new people. But there we go. Give a shout out there. Anyone with a captain recommends must be an equally bad person. Kavadratisk, my greatest critic, my greatest, what would it call you? Heckler. You're my greatest heckler, yeah. But yeah, go give her some love, folks. I think it's been a really fun, I really enjoyed watching her this morning. Doing Unreal Engine stuff. So I accidentally closed it. If you want to see her doing Unreal Engine, that was really cool. Apparently I have, is there still a pinned message here? Oh no, it's gone. Yeah. Need some pepper to go with that salt. Yeah. Let's see here. All right, let's hop back in. Many talent devs in this category willing to show their work, very motivating. Yeah, it's inspiring. I am inspired constantly by the people who are streaming, especially those learning new things. Only a few bad apples in my mind. Only a few negative communities in this category. Okay, so I think I want to represent a board has a cell, and then a cell can have multiple different things. So I think internally, avoid at all costs. No, Poostack, we love you. We love you. I really enjoyed hanging out over in your stream. You showing us your tabletop role-playing project. That was really cool. It's like the character creator, right? That was you, right, Poostack? Am I remembering that correctly? I want to be able to represent what are the types of things that we can have in a space. Let's create a new enumerated type. Yeah, so Smab, I think internally, I want to be able to do something like public. Sorry, not an array. I want to have something internally that's like a cell. I'm thinking there's going to be a class called a cell, and a cell has an array of contents or a list of contents. The things that are inside of it could be empty. So really, the types here. Let me create a new file. Cell, maybe board cell, public class board cell. Really, a board cell is just going to contain a cell content. So this is getting a little bit annoying to me. Enum cell content. I need to have a better name for this, but the things that can be in there are dot, power pill. Those are the two things right now. Wall, and a board cell is just going to be a list of cell contents. I think this is the structure I'm going to do, and then the board itself is going to be a 2D array of board cells. So this is what I think I want to use to represent. Just saying, the legend himself, Exceldro, is streaming right now. I don't know if I've seen Exceldro. You're doing Unix language and related research and notes. That sounds interesting. That comes down to like, what is the entertainment? It seems like a lot of list management that way around. So Smab, what do you suggest? So I'm open to suggestions here. This, in my mind, seems like a lot of list manipulation that way. It could be. The Exceldro made that. Oh, okay. So Exceldro does OBS plugins. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not familiar with it. I don't use any OBS plugins. I've seen some cool ones though. I know you use all kinds of cool ones. Smab, you're suggesting perhaps that so something else we could think of it in layers as the other option. We could think of it in layers is another option where, let me think. So I'm just saying this is one way we could represent it. Let me think through. I don't quite understand your suggestion, Smab, but were you suggesting, you said something about an array. Let me see what you said. Onions do have layers. That's true. It's a true story. It's a true statement. If you have a list of ghosts, for example, that take a ghost with its position. So Smab, I'm not planning to put, that's excellent. I'm not planning to keep ghosts as a cell contents. So ghosts aren't going to be something that can be a cell contents. Let me start there. So these are going to be actors inside of the scene. These are going to be actors inside of the scene. These guys don't actually occupy a cell content. Cell contents is going to be for dots, power pills, and I'm thinking maybe we don't need this at all. And instead, maybe I don't need a board cell at all. Let me delete this. Maybe I don't need a board cell at all. And instead, you know, I don't know what to call this thing. I don't know what to call this thing. Board elements. Board elements. We might have a none here or empty like this. And the only reason I so cell, what did I call it? Board elements, data elements. Yeah, so these are gonna be the ghosts will be actors. Pac-Man's gonna be an actor. I'm not sure how fruit these these things act. I think they are gonna be actors as well, and they sort of float on top of the board. Yeah, dictionary. Ooh, dictionary is a good idea. And then I don't use none. Dictionary is a good idea. So dictionary. Tuples, more tuples, tuples all the way down. Okay, and then I will define unrelated note. Sorry, no. So let's get distracted because I like squirrels. Something I just learned about C# class that is on its own. For example, classboard cell is internal by default. Bit weird, but we're using more of internal classes now. Yeah. So the default accessibility operator. No, the default accessibility for classes is internal. It's really interesting there. I think it's a good decision, but these are decisions I would often choose after the gameplay methods are defined. Yeah, so part of me is saying, okay, how do I test? So I'm thinking about how to test things. Out of the norm. Welcome to the stream. Incredible that you're here, my friend. I had so much fun in your stream last night. We got to give a shout out of the Norv. Another person who's coming in, learning to program. Go check Out of the Norv. I had so much fun in their stream last night. Twitch, Out of the Norv. They're also beginning their game dev journey. Super interactive. Give them some love, folks. Give them some love. You see this? You see this heart icon right here? You see this heart? Click it. What are you waiting for? Fun stuff going on there. Working Godot. I had so much fun there last night with you and Fullbox. Incredibly good time. Thank you for popping in, my friend. How are you doing on this beautiful Saturday? If you want to check out some Godot development, watch someone learn how to program, learn how to code, go over there because this was super fun for me last night. I really, really enjoyed it. Thank you for coming by and thank you for the follow. I got to give it, I don't know if I sang a song. Out of the North, I would like to welcome you to the stream now. Out of the North, welcome to the crew, my friend. Welcome to the stream, and I hope you enjoy your stay today. Out of the North, you know I gotta say thank you. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for the follow. Smab says, start with one option, then change it as the solution prompt. Exactly. That's exactly what I did on the chess puzzle. And it sort of helped me iterate and build something I feel really confident can be a solid project where I have thought through a lot of those tasks. One of the things is, so there's this interesting thing. There's this interesting thing of how do you teach a class? And most of my classes are relatively beginner, but how do you teach someone to go through that iterative and thought process? How do you design a project in that way? And I had a teacher in undergrad taking a class called the Design of Large Programs, and his approach was, I just throw giant projects at you that you're gonna have to figure it out. And you know, that type of stuff scares me. Kavadra said the captain directed to someone to see someone learn how to code because the captain never learns anything. It's true. It's true. You can't teach an old captain new tricks. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you for the lurk. I definitely learned a bunch about CI with some of the projects. Cool. Yeah, Smeb, I think you're right. I like the idea of a dictionary. I'm a dictionary man. I'm not a fan of being buried in the sand and being told to dig myself out. So Rand, it's like a a fourth year class. In my undergrad, it was sort of a fourth year class. So you've already had a lot of classes up to that point. And in that class, the idea, yeah, so it's not like that's what I'm saying. Like, I normally don't teach super advanced classes. I do independent studies with students where they're usually working on a project that is semi-advanced. And so it's okay there, but I've never taught a big class that was there. So this was sort of like a third, fourth year class. And in that class, the teacher said, this is a class where you're going to have to apply a lot of the things you've learned, and you haven't done programs this big before. And so here is just big programs that you write every week. And so like, no, just a big specification. I wish I could pull up a specification. You'd get a 50-page specification of an application, and you had to implement it. It didn't give you code or anything like that. It said, here are all of the user cases. This is how the user needs to be able to interact with this. Go make this thing. And you had, I think, like 3 or 4 weeks to do it. So kind of what got me into it, it's a very, very similar to how freelancing works, is where you want to be able to define a specification with your client. Say they want some software. Say, I need to work with you to figure out, what do you need? Kuwani, let me tell you, Kuwani, I kind of disagree with that. If specification, how are you supposed to do anything without a specification? In the real world, most of the jobs I've had, I have forced the people I'm working with to help me, that maybe they don't have a specification, but help me build out a specification, because you can't do anything without one. That's really what it comes down to, in my mind. It's very hard to do anything without a specification. But I think you're being a little facetious there, tongue in cheek, which I find it funny to think that way. Here's the structure and interactions we want. Yeah. I meet a lot of workers who need a ton of direction. It's a rare skill to be able to self-start or plan projects from nothing. Hanso, I don't have specifications, just spoken word. Yeah, so when I started doing, not when I started doing freelance, when my freelancing sort of took off, what I'll say is when my freelancing took off, I switched from just trying to solve things for people to, you know what, I'm going to market myself as a person who wants to work with people. My clients, the target client was someone who had been burned by trying to go super cheap route and got something that wasn't what they wanted. And so I would always mark myself as, hey, we are going to have communication. Before we can even start on this, we need to have good communication to figure out what you actually want. And that ended up being super well. SMAB, yeah, your role is to turn that into a specification. Yeah. And good clients, good employers, good project managers can work with business end people, work with marketing people to figure out, okay, what is that specification? How can I translate this into a specification? Exactly, SMAB. That's exactly right. So what is the specification? And it turns out in freelancing, a big part of your job is working with a client to build out a specification. It's one of the reasons I actually really loved freelancing. I got to a point where I absolutely loved freelancing because I was always doing projects that I wanted to do. It was super cool. I was always doing fun projects that I wanted to do. And then it led to me working in a lot of startups. Okay, I need to have an idea, a dictionary here from something to, I need to rename this file for my brain, board element. Let's just call it element. Does anyone, I need someone to give me a better name for this here. Elements, and now I don't need empty here if we're gonna use a dictionary. I'm gonna start without empty. What word do we use to describe the board, the things that live in the board? Power pill, dots, and walls. What is a good word for that? Element is what I've come up with. Board element. If someone has a better name, please let me know. And I'm gonna create my standard position struct. Public record struct position int row int column. A thinger. Thinger. A thingy. We can rename this thingama. A thingama. Okay, and now on our board, we're gonna have internally static element, or is it static 2 overloaded? We'll see, because I think I'm gonna actually call these actors. I think I am gonna call these things actors, because that makes sense. They are things that act in the scene. These things are static; they don't move. So static element feels good, Smab. But I think it's, in my mind, element meets that satisfaction. I think I'm gonna call these things actors. They're doing things. And then Pac-Man just happens to be an actor that is controlled by the player. Call them ghosts. That's... they're not going to be ghosts in mine, though, Smab. They're not going to be ghosts in mine. Because this is Catman. They're going to be internet trolls, I think. I think they're... Walls are ghosts, ghosts are pills. The most confusing code. I think I'm gonna call the things in there actors. Let's go play a little bit of Pac-Man here. I want to Pac-Man here. True actors are bad. Pac-Man gameplay instantly. Do I have ad blocker installed on this one? What is going on here? Why can't I? Oh, that's the loading bar. Here, I'm gonna do this on the other screen real quick. Something terrible could happen. Oh man. What are the controls? Oh, there they go. Okay, so I can go back and forth there. Give me a cherry. Give me a cherry here. There's a cherry. Okay, so the cherry, I feel like the cherries move. Don't those things start moving eventually? Oh no, Pinky's the worst. There we go. Oh, something with a lot of active static elements. Item. What? That ghost was blue. Did you not see that? That ghost was totally blue. Bananas. Bananas. Uh-oh. Okay, so I think the fruit kind of just shows up and stays in one spot. Yeah, exactly, Smab. That's why I was gonna make it have a thing called an actor, and then you can specify. You'll have either subclasses or a dependency injection for the AI. And so the Pac-Man actor has a user controlled. Okay, so the fruit, I swear the fruit used to move around. Is that Mrs. Pac-Man? I think Walden Picker should be in the same category. Shouldn't be in the same category. You're thinking it should call them pickup. So Pac is streamer and ghost are internet trolls. Exactly, exactly. Look how mad that. Ah! I did it. Something like that. You can see I'm not very good at Pac-Man. Which item takes up the same place, Smab? Oh, the fruit? There's like a thing if you collect enough fruit, something happens as well. Fruit appears where there are no dots, as do pills. Yeah, so the pills show up. They still occupy a similar space on the grid. One up. What up? We got it. I feel like I remember the fruit moving around. Does anyone, am I completely wrong? Does anyone play enough Pac-Man to tell me if the fruit moved around? I'm sure there's a version of Pac-Man I played where the fruit was moving around. We also collect the fruit down in the bottom. It does just start as a pill, yeah. I'm really sad I'm gonna get eaten here. I knew that's exactly. I think you're thinking of Fruit Ninja. I'm thinking of Fruit Ninja. That's a good game too. Pinky is the smartest one, isn't it? D-Deck, need to 94. Thank you for the follow, D-Deck. Oh, D-Deck. Thank you for following me today. We got D-Deck. Oh, D-Deck. Welcome to the family. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it correctly or incorrectly. I'm happy to try and pronounce it better. Ari says, Captain, I also got an interview yesterday. Congratulations. They might get me work for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday when I don't have class. That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. I hope it goes well. Or did you already have the interview? Oh, you had an interview yesterday. Did you have the interview or did you do... So did you do the interview or do you have one lined up? Also, congratulations on just getting in there. 2-ton, welcome to the stream, D-Deck. Happy to have you here on this beautiful day. Okay, so playing that kind of tells me, I did the interview yesterday, got you. I'd be down with that. Oh, I missed what 2-ton said. Let's see what 2-ton says. I think the industry has moved towards calling anything with a position an actor, even things like pickups, but don't quote me on that. Interesting. I hadn't seen that. Actor is just like the word that came to mind as something that acts in the scene. It moves around. I kind of think having the fruit, although there's different types of fruits, I don't know exactly what to do about the fruit here in that regard. The fruit, let's start implementing this a little bit and see how we feel about it. Let's start writing an implementation and see if we like it or we hate it. Okay? Because I feel that these are they actually treated differently? These need to be able to move around. These don't, but I do need to be able to detect whether I'm on them, that sort of thing. Let me start by creating this, have this turn into a board that I can move around on. I'm going to start by having this be turned into a board that Pac-Man can move around. So I want to think about how am I going to represent things that move around? How am I going to detect whether I'm in a wall, whether I can move a place? Do I really want to do collision detection, or can I just say, oh, am I in this cell? Stop there. Force yourself back. Pac-Man sort of moves in between. These guys move in between these cells. Let me get this drawn onto the board here using, I'm gonna represent it using a dictionary of position to elements. This is going to be the elements on the screen, and then we're going to have things that move around. I'm going to call those actors for now. For now, we may decide that this is a terrible way to do it. What I want to do is I want to be able to read in a string array like this and convert it into a board. So let's write that as let's create a public static board from string. I'm going to load it from string array like this, data. It's going to load that board in. And it may be the case that the board just represents the static things on it, and that these actors, there's actually like a game layer that sits on top of that. We'll see. I'm trying this new thing that I don't do very well, where I'm trying not to over-engineer things. I get to the point where I over-engineer things like all the time. So I'm going to try hard not to do that. Let's add in a public int rows. Okay, a public int column. And this thing, we're gonna be able to construct it. I've written this 1,000 times for AOC. I have, it's true. So we're gonna have a dictionary position element here. My element here. Let's make these. I like this little thing here. I can do dots. Wait. Interesting. Okay, dots, pills, walls. Okay. And so I'll be able to convert those this way as I'm reading in. Elements. So we're going to initialize this as empty. I'm going to loop through our strings here for int columns is data. Sorry, int rows is data dot length. Int columns is data dot length, like that. For int row equals 0, row less than rows, row plus plus. For int column is 0, column less than columns, column plus plus. So we're going to iterate over these, and we're going to pull out. We're going to pull out the information there. So do char ch is our data at row and column. We're going to assume for now that the data is structured properly. I kind of want it to die if the rows and columns aren't matching properly. So every row should have the same length in it. And we're going to check to see if it's one of these things. We're actually going to say if ch is a blank. Go to the next thing. Okay. Otherwise, we want to add it into our elements at new position, and the position is going to be a row column, is going to be equal to our element here. We're going to just cast our elements into it. I should probably make sure. All right, so I should really do this. Public static class element utils, element extensions, and have a public element from char as, really it should be as element because we're casting it as elements casting. We're not generating anything new. So if we're following the C# naming convention, as means we're performing a cast. And I just want to return element ch like this. And I need to make this as this. And make it static. And then I want to throw an exception if it's not one of these. So we only wanted to do it in that case. So I'm wondering whether or not we should even do yeah, I'm a little torn here. I could just do a return ch switch and make sure it's one of these dot. Maybe it, as elements. So no longer it's as element. I'm going to do 2 elements. Technically, we're creating a new thing if I do it this way, I think. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's all this. A char is a struct anyway, so it doesn't actually matter. What's the secret to my success? What makes you think I have success, DJ Beats? Welcome back to the stream. The secret to my success, if I knew, I'll tell you that for the most part, I tried to not care. Success powder? Yeah, we'll have this throw an exception. Throw new. Doesn't element have a try parse? Do enums have a try parse? Do enums just get try parse to begin with? Ooh, element.try. Look at that, Smab. I did not know that. I did not know that. Try parse. Element. So this is part of a static. This is awesome. I didn't know this. Ch out elements. If can I convert char to read-only span? So it wants this to be a string, which is interesting. So there's an interesting part there. That makes sense that it needs to be a string. I'm gonna put this in, hang on. I'm gonna put this in here. Smab, this is great. I did not know this existed. We will do return element ch. Throw new exception, not a valid element, ch. Oh, Smab, this isn't gonna work. This is actually gonna try and parse the word dot, the word power pill, and the word wall. So this isn't going to do what I want, I believe. Try parse is gonna look for the word. When in fact, I'm looking for this symbol that represents it. Yeah, that's cool. Throw new exception, invalid element, ch. Yeah, simple switch expression I think is the easiest way to think about it. So Pudota, it would work, but I'm parsing in the thing I'm parsing looks like this. I don't have the word dot. I don't have the word power pill here. I'm parsing in this type of data. So I think we're going to do it this way. And because these are structs anyway, casting it doesn't actually matter. It should be the same. Yeah. So I think we're okay. From string array. Okay, here we go. And then basically I want to do ch dot to element like this. So this is going to convert it to an element or throw an exception if I have an invalid character. At the end of the day, I need to construct a board. Make a constructor for this thing. Private. Let's do this for now. It's just assignable then with a cast. You could do it 2 lines. I want it to throw an exception if it's not one of these. I want it to throw an exception if it's not a valid symbol. So if I just cast it, this will let me give any character. I want to know that it is a valid character. I could do a thing where it checks it against. I could do like enum. I could write something where I have a hash set or something. So so that's what I was saying, Smab. I think casting it to an element. So are you suggesting I do it this way? Enum.isDefined, enum.isDefined. Okay, so you're saying I could do this. Let's try it this way. Element L equals element CH. And then we can say if enum dot is defined type of elements L, return L. Otherwise this. Is this better? I don't know. Returns a Boolean telling whether the given integral value or its name as a string exists in the specified enumeration. So I would do element. Yeah, there's a bunch of ways to do it. There's a bunch of ways to do it. And oh, in fact, it looks like I don't even need to put this. It knows because L is an element. No, that's okay. I learned a bunch of new stuff today that I'm gonna immediately forget. Show us the success powder. Look, you wanna know the secret to my success? It's the googly eyes. It's the googly eyes. Just get yourself some googly eyes. That's the secret to my success. Easy. Now I can see all the code. I see all the code. I'm the all-seeing coder. It's the secret to my success. Hero Fox, I knew it. We get the googly eyes. It's all the eyes there. Googly eyes of power. It's the googly eyes. It's the all-seeing eye of the coder. Okay. So now I can see all the bugs. I have so many eyes, I can see all the bugs. Ayo and Dev, welcome back to the String Everything Everywhere All at Once, for the most part. Owen, welcome back to the stream. It's great to have you here. Some people here talking about the ZX earlier today, which was really fun. Did I close that tab? There was this awesome ray tracing thing that someone sent me about the ZX. It was really cool. I thought of you. I asked them if they knew you. They hadn't met you yet. But someone did some really cool stuff with it. Very cool. Yeah, 17 hours to render. It was awesome. No excuses for bugs with all those eyes. I don't even know if this works. Folks, I don't even know if this works, if I'm being completely honest. We should probably write a test for it to make sure it works. Let's write a test real quick, because I honestly am not sure this does what I want. I do like it. .NET new xunit capman.tests. Stayed up late last night making a color cycling animation. The art is done, but I still have to code it. Neat. Very cool. I had to process that for a second, because you're doing the animation. I was like, wait, if you already made it, why do you still have to code it? Because it's an animation. My brain sometimes, as a streamer. Add reference. Gonna have to pull some of this stuff out. Make sure this all builds. Board, clearly I just haven't finished this yet. Let's finish this, then we're gonna write that test. Turn board, finish is a strong word. We're gonna make this not have compilation errors, is what we're gonna do. Okay. Let's write this test. We're gonna call this element tests. Element tests. Should parse char to element. Theory. Inline data. Gonna char ch element result. So dot dot element dot. So now I'm writing, so one of the things about doing the test this way is if I change how my data is structured, I'm gonna have to rewrite this test. So I don't know exactly here. It's palette cycling, it has rain and lapping seawater. It's from the French fin end and ish, kind of. I'm looking forward to seeing it, Aowen. I'm looking forward to seeing it. I haven't played a lot around with palette swapping that much, but I do like in the TIC 80 learning a little bit about palette swapping in between line draws, in between, what do they call it? Every line you can swap out. What is it called when they print line by line? Line by line, you can actually change the palette every row. Forget what it's called. So we want to assert here ch.toElement dot should be results. I need to get shouldly in here. So we add shouldly, so I can do should be because I really like shouldly. And then I want to do one that public void should throw exception if invalid char. And then this one's just gonna, I can't quite remember how to do exception tests. So let me just go up a directory and look at how I did it before. Our chess puzzle, the Apple IIGS. The Apple IIGS has hardware per palette lines, per line palettes. I still need to add that to my retro machine and hardware, although it can be done in software. Oh, that is neat. That is neat. So you don't have to swap it out between line draws. You can actually specify the palettes in the hardware. Is that what you're saying? That is cool. I know on the Nintendo Entertainment System, the palettes have something like that where it only has 4-bit colors or something, but you can swap, the way you can swap palettes out lets you have up to 54 colors on the screen at a time or something. All right, I know in our board we did exception tests. Here it is. So this is the type of thing that we should throw. So in our element test, should throw an exception here. And this basically any other. These should all are not valid. Space is not valid. Parentheses not valid. J is not valid. And we're going to do should throw, I guess, argument exception makes sense. And let's check these tests out here. You get 16 colors per line, so a 320 by 200 screen only uses a 32K frame buffer. Another one of Woz's neat tricks. Only the Apple has a large palette and you end up getting noticeable jumps in color. My machine has a fixed 256 color palette and the transitions are less noticeable. Recently, there's been a new tool released for the 8x1 attribute cell mode that does really good 24-bit image conversions, but it's really only usable for still images. Yeah, if you're wanting to do animations, I imagine the colors, you'd have to swap things out as you're animating to make it consistent across. You'd have, or be clever about it. Be clever about it. Okay, so this is throwing the exception in the way we want. I did test it out here. Okay. let's continue loading our board here. And when we construct a board, I want to be able to specify, let me do an init on, feels weird to do it this way. This feels really weird. Maybe I should make the constructor take in an array of data like this. I'm not sure. But I can do board dot elements is equal to elements. Board dot rows is equal to rows. Board dot columns is equal to columns. If I guess I could do a private in it. I'm not sure what to make this constructor take. I'm not sure what to make this constructor take. That's why I'm making it private. Contains a null. Okay, so I could make this take... I suppose if it is private, I can make it do this. I could also, in the constructor, just have this be one of the options for constructing it. That's probably what I should do. Rather than making this static. You know what? I think I'm going to do that. And then we just sort of throw an exception. It'll crash. We might want to have some better exception handling when we actually build this thing. Huds, welcome to the stream. Happy. I'm probably looking insane right now. I don't know why I've chosen to make myself look this way today. But welcome to the stream. We had a vote. We had a vote and people wanted to do Pac-Man. There you Smab. I like that. I like that. Enumerable. And hopefully... Oh, now I don't know the link, so I have to keep track of it as we go. Sorry, Hudzifa. I am making... We did a vote. We did a vote, and we are working on a Pac-Man inspired game. So we had a vote, and Pac-Man won. Why do I keep closing this? I keep wanting to show this, and I keep closing it. Can just make it an array internally, yeah. Where did my vote go? I'm bad at the Twitter. Okay, so we had a vote. Pac-Man won, so we're making Pac-Man as our next project. Making Pac-Man as our next project. Welcome aboard. Yeah, we are working on Pac-Man. This is just a constructor here saying, how do I want this get this data in? The DevDad, holy cannoli, what a raid. DevDad, welcome to the stream. How's your project coming along? Explain the googly eyes. Yeah, well, this can be hard to explain. DevDad, I'll explain the eyes. Just give me a minute to shout out the DevDad. You guys don't know the DevDad why do I? DevDad. Incredible streamer, father, developer, working on an incredible app called Embedder. Just went into Code Freeze, releasing. We're going to be releasing February 8th, right? Embedder coming out February 8th. Check out the DevDad. Thank you so much for being here, folks. If you want to see someone developing an app in React Native, you got to check it out. Never know what I'll find when I'm right here. Well, someone asked how, what, I don't even remember the question. It was like, what's the secret to your success? And I said, it's because I see everything. And I started putting googly eyes on my face. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. Comfy Cushion, thank you for the follow. Comfy Cushion, yeah. Thank you for following me. Today we got the Comfy Cushion. J-Ted, oity ball. J-Ted, oh J-Ted. Comfy Cushion, J-Ted, thanks for following. J-Ted and Comfy Cushion, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you guys for bearing with me with all these eyes. These are helping me find the bugs, Dev Dad. They're helping me find the bugs. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Happy to have you here on this beautiful day. Hudsy Fade, the googly eyes is just because I don't look. I'm losing my mind. See now, that's genius. If you see all the bugs here. Smab, I think you were suggesting just making this take in an array of data. Was that what you were suggesting before everything went off insane? Can just make it an array and turn it to parse it. That's true. That's true. We can just do this data.toArray. And to make my brain, hang on, we're gonna name it underscore data just for a second. Just for a second here, convert it that way. I like it. I like it, Smab. Not losing your sight, just losing your mind. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Oh, I like that. I like that. I just need to name this something better. Board data. We're working on a Pac-Man inspired game. The crew voted. We're working on a Pac-Man inspired game. We're doing Capman. Instead of Pac-Man, we're doing the Capman. JT, again, J-Ted. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it. Feel free to correct me. And Comfy, welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Wherever you happen to be in the world, I'm having a beautiful day. Any day I can wake up and code is a beautiful day, and I'm sure all these googly eyes are fantastic for my skin, which already struggles. There we go. There we go. So we have our Pac-Man board here. We have our Pac-Man board here. We're just reading it in. I'm doing this because I want to draw it out. ASCII layouts, board data. Ooh, I love this, man. ASCII. I love ASCII layout. I love that. I love that. I think ASCII layout tells us the board layout, and some alternative constructors could just be arrays, that sort of thing. Okay, I like that. So we read this in. Let's draw this to the screen. Let's take this. Let's draw it to a screen here. Let's draw it to a screen. Or should we write a test? Should we write a test? Should we write a test? All right, let's add some methods. Let's add some methods to this guy. All right, let's add some methods in. We want to be able to read. Let's make this thing an indexer. Let's add an index into it. Care to see our app store images? Send them. Send it. Send it. Dev Dad. Sorry, I forgot to ask. I was just so crazy. Too many eyes, Snabble. I know. It might bother some people. I'm a little worried. All the eyes here. Someone. What is it when you have the fear of like spider eyes or something? I'm worried someone's gonna come and be like, "What's going on here?" Yo, Embedder, achieving our wildest dreams together. Is that not? Look, Dev Dad, achieving our wildest dreams. Dev Dad, what is your wildest dream? Wins and struggles, we're in it together. Show off what it takes to be you. Perfection through planned repetition. These are beautiful little shots here. So you're getting ready to do your release. It's coming out. These eyes just are falling off all over the floor here. My skin's too acidic. This is gorgeous. This is gorgeous. Thank you for sharing that with us. All right, I want to, let's do some tests. Let's do some tests. Public. We need a method here that's gonna say public bool. Let's do a try. Let's do a try. Is that what we want? Want to do a try get? Public bool. Sorry, public element at, or should it be get element? Position. Okay. And this is going to just return or throw an exception here. So we're going to pull the thing out here. Coming dangerously close. I have a weird condition. So so like this idea of a I don't know if you guys have ever had the question, like, what is a useless superpower? For some reason, kids, this question comes up a lot. What is a useless superpower that you could come up with? I feel like I have a super useless superpower. I have very acidic skin. My skin is so acidic that when I play brass instruments, so I grew up playing trombone. Trombone's my main instrument. I went to college playing trombone. My skin, I have to wear gloves when I play trombone. Otherwise, it tarnishes the brass. This happens to people normally, too, over time. But mine tarnishes if I get a new trombone. If I play it for a week, it will be tarnished. The brass will be tarnished. Similarly with dice. Dice, actually, the ink comes off on my hand. So cheap dice, I have to buy pretty nice dice here. So, Anonymous, that's what I was worried about. I was worried to be bothering people here. Dice, if I don't have higher quality dice, the ink comes off. So I have a lot of dice. I should go pull some out here where the ink is just gone from the dice. I have this really acidic skin. One night I was playing at my friend's house. One night we were playing a game and I was rolling the dice and the ink was off the dice. So what's going on? It's like, it's my hand. I have to wear gloves when I do stuff. So I have this really acidic hand. It is a curse. It is a superpower. I am the Tarnisher. That's my useless superpower that I actually have. Anonymous, let me know. I'll take them off if it's bothering you. I'm happy to take them off. Proton, happy Saturday. How are you doing, friend? Well, it could be helpful with ladies when you touch their skin. Maybe that's why I have so much luck with the ladies. Maybe that is why I have so much luck with the ladies. All through my life, I've had this problem where all the ladies, they just can't get enough of me. That is absolutely a thing that I have had happen in my life. Do my keyboard and mouse survive? So I put some stuff on my keyboard, not so much. My keyboard, the keys are all tarnished. My mouse is a little bit better, but I think you can see it on there. The wear is pretty bad, but it's surviving a little bit. The keyboard I've had for 10 years and it's completely fit. I'm not going to show it because my keyboard's kind of disgusting. Some people have these keyboard cams. I'm like, how do you keep your keyboard? It's not like I eat at my desk or anything like that. It's just an old keyboard. That's really what it comes down. Yeah, you're always late. It's a good one. As long as you don't look at the face, you can do the, what about, look, is this any better, Anonymous, if we do the Google command? Is that any better? Get a mechanical one and place the key tabs when they get worn out. So I have a very expensive keyboard. It is this keyboard here. So the keys are all wonky and worn down, and the ink's coming off on a lot of them. It's a little hard to see here, but I do have a special keyboard. You can see where my wrists have completely destroyed these pads. Not my wrist, but my palms have completely destroyed these pads. So finding keycaps for this, I don't think would be as easy as most keyboards, unfortunately. Hat, do I remember this? What is it? What do we got here? It's a hipster keyboard. It's a carpal tunnel keyboard. Jingle Baby, Truth Tellers, Liberty Mutual Insurance commercial. No, I don't. I've never seen this. Come on, no one cares about this strategy game. So the Ergo keyboard is really good for me. Ooh, very cool. Amiga 1884 CES Boing demo. I don't remember this. I've seen things like this though. So this is running on the Amiga. So is it doing actual 3D and physics type stuff? It's clearly not doing real physics because it's not slowing down. Emulated physics. Cool. No, I don't remember this. What is this? Tell me more. Should I remember this? Snapple says, I remember being hyper over this, referring to the video I see. Okay. Anyone says, I did a version of the Boeing demo for my retro machine, but I had to hand animate it. Gotcha. It is color cycle animation. Color cycle animation. Let's look real quick. The time is kind of physics needed here. Ooh, you're doing this. You're implementing this. Is this what you've been working on? Look at that reflection. Look at that reflection. How you that reflection is cool. Wow, Proton, nice. Very cool. Thank you for sharing this. You got the source code somewhere that we can take a look at it? Is it assembly? Feel free to send that source code if you got it. I accidentally killed something. I was trying to close the window and I killed it all. Very, very nice. Thank you for sharing that with us, Proton. My suspicion, the reflection is just the top image reversed and dropping every other line. Something like that. Ah, that's possible. Synfire. That looks like the Amiga demo from decades ago. Yeah, Synfire. I think that's what we're emulating there. Or what? Not necessarily what we're emulating, but what we're trying to produce there. I'm gonna take some of these eyes off because they're getting out of control. They're getting out of control. Thank you for bearing with me on this. Did I get them all? I can't. Hang on. Missed some. All right, we're gonna take those eyes off. This get element, we're going to just return. This should really be elements at position. Okay. And this should crash, so we're gonna add in an additional try get element. Is get element a good name for this in C#, or does element at? So I'm never, element at might be what I want to call it, but get element. And it returns a bool and has an out position like this, and this is just gonna forward to elements dot try get value position position. So hang on, send it out in position out element. Element. There we go. There's element at and link. Okay. So I shouldn't do element at. I'm just wondering what the C#. Oh no, so you're saying that maybe I should do element at. This is a very Java thing to do, is have these methods called get. Java really likes get and set methods. And I'm not sure in C# if that is the common convention or not, because we typically, if we have something that we're getting in setting, it's usually a simple value with gets and sets like that. I'm just not sure how I should name things. What is the C# way to do things? What is this? What are we expecting in C#? What about retrieve the element from, hang on. Well, all right, so let's see. Which one do we like better? So which one do we like? Do we like try get element, or Snabble wants retrieve the element from the position specified at? Which one do we like better? All right, so let's take a vote. Which method is better? Which one do we like the naming of? Which one is the better name? Retrieve the element from the position specified at, or get element? Which one should we do? Could you also do an indexer? So the reason I'm not going to do an indexer is because there's going to be, oh, maybe I should do an indexer. And then that would encourage me to, that's interesting. As a professional 80-column binder, this is a fabulous method name. Rediment. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here. I think I'm going to stick with get element. I'm going to stick with get element, but I appreciate it. Which one do we like better, though? Look, it's important that the code is readable. It's important that we have to read the code. That I like that. Important that we have to read the code. Get out of here, element. That's the remove method. We'll have a remove method as the get out of here element. I like that. If it's self-documenting code, Self-documenting code is such a funny thing to me. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know how I feel about the concept of self-documenting code. Get element, try get elements. Set elements. Really, there's going to be a remove element. I don't know that we need a set element. I do feel that we need a remove element for when you consume a pill or a power pill or a dot. Rediment, exactly. Rediment, let me know if I'm pronounced that correctly. Rediment says, code someone else wrote is never self-documented. You were someone else when you wrote it. It's true. When you go and you look back at code, you're like, what was I thinking? What was I thinking? I do that all the time. Rediment. I'll call you Red. I'm gonna call you Red, but welcome to the stream. I'm glad you're here with us. I'm glad you're having a fun sense of humor about that. Okay, in F# you can include white space in names. Really? Oh God. I don't know how I feel about that. Proton says, did I tell you already I was disassembling my own 3D code I wrote 33 years ago? You mentioned that. If I didn't, or if I did, I managed to resource my things, and now I have new source code for my super fast 3D routine for the Amiga. Back in the days, I was silly, and I backed up all my sources to a SCSI hard drive, which obviously crashed. I also lost my sources. Red says, I've been paid to write enough terrible C#, I have to laugh about it. Look, there comes a point when something is so terrible, the only thing you can do is laugh. And that's why we sit here and we laugh at my code. Sometimes it's the only thing we can do is laugh at my code. Laugh at me trying to make sense of it all. Remove element, position, pause. Here is going to be elements dot remove position. There we go. Remove element. So sort of our board is this specialized container for storing our pills, power pills, and walls. That's really all we have in it. Let's write a board renderer. Let's write a board renderer for our screen now. So we have this screen that does nothing .NET run. Hang on, let's go up to the correct folder here. Capman, Raylib. So what I want to do is I want to draw this thing onto the screen. I want to draw this thing onto the screen now. So take our board and we're going to draw it. With zero context on what we're trying to achieve here, this looks very good. Good question. Yeah. We are attempting to make a Pac-Man inspired game. Please render the board for me, and by render, I mean look at the data and produce an appropriate image. Yes, exactly. So here's our program. Let's load up our board. I want to write a board render coding with ChatGPT. It's true, when it starts to hallucinate, just give you random things. It cracks me up every time. Okay, let's, I'm going cross-eyed today. Let's get a board in here. I'm going to write a method. We're going to add a method, void render board, or should I get crazy board? Int top, int left. Should I get crazy and abstract this shit? I'm not going to extract all that. Expanded Cuber says, I love when I ask ChatGPT what's wrong with my code, and then it just sends back the same code. And then you say, oh, sorry, no, you're wrong. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm wrong, but here's what I think. An expanded cube. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Red, thank you for the follow. Expanded cube. Expanded cuber followed me. Expanded cuber. Thank you for following me today. And we got Rediment. Have you met Red? They have followed me today, you know, Red, you're so cool. You followed and you love to write ugly C-sharp code. I don't know if you love to write ugly C-sharp code, but it sort of came out that way. I apologize if that's not true, but welcome to the stream. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. We got a lot of new people here today. For those of you who don't know me, I am Captain Coder. I'm wearing, it feels weird to wear a hat, just one. I'm used to wearing stacks of them. If you don't know who I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and me is a computer science educator. I teach computer science and programming as a full-time job. I work at a school for ages 10 to 14, and this stream is dedicated to learning and coding and growing together as a crew. I highly encourage backseat coding. It's welcome, it's encouraged. That's how we learn together. So if you have a question, if you want to try and add to what we're doing, don't hesitate to provide it here. So welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. Is that Alcoin or AI coin? I think it's Alcoin. I'm gonna go with Alcoin. Alcoin. Let's see. Alcoin. I would like to welcome you to the stream now. Alcoin. 2,000 followed me. Welcome to the crew. I'd like to say thank you today. Thank you for following. We're getting a following. Thank you for the follow, Alcoin. We also got Drush, D-Rush98. D-Rush. Oh, D-Rush. Thank you for following me today. We got D-Rush. Oh, D-Rush 98, welcome aboard, my friend. Welcome to the crew on the Saturday. I hope you enjoy your horse day. Oh, welcome to the stream. Gian696. Hang on. I'm running out of songs. For what it's worth, Lua is kind of easy to make unreadable. Lua is easy to make unreadable. We also got Gian and Tropic Hannah. Oh boy. Let's see if we can figure out how to sing these names. Gian696. Gian696. Thank you for following me today, Gian. We also got Tropic Hannah. Tropicana, what a good name. Tropicana, I would like to welcome you to the stream. We got Tropicana following me today. Sorry, I ran out of steam there on the songs, folks, for having to listen to all those terrible songs. 500 bonus points, all you beautiful people out there. Thank you so much for being here. Happy to have you here on this beautiful day. Tropicana is a wonderful name. Tropic Hannah, especially if your name's Hannah. I love that name. Fantastic time. Folks, thank you for being here. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you here on this beautiful day. Whew. Red says, not gonna lie, only ever worked in Lua when playing computer craft or making stuff for tabletop sim. It's a pleasant language. I thought I was gonna dislike Lua, and I kind of fell in love with it. I'm teaching a class this term. Let me show you real quick. I'm teaching a class this term called Creating Retro Games with the TIC80. Creating retro games using TIC80. And the default language for TIC80 is Lua. And I had never really written Lua. I've seen Lua a little bit. I'd done mods for Tabletop Simulator. I had done mods for Tabletop Simulator and a few other games I had seen they had done it where they had embedded Lua in there. Gabriel, welcome back to the stream. I'm teaching a class and I have fallen in love with Lua. I think I'm going to write an intro to programming class using Lua. I have so many things here now. We made this game. This is a project we made, Load Platformer here. And I had so much fun doing this. So we made this game called Tofu Land. I have my music turned off. And we programmed this in Lua, and I fell in love with this tool. I fell in love with the program. But we made this little game, and it's programmed in Lua. So we built this, and my students are currently in the process. The very first class, they get to make levels for this game, and we talk about how you program this sort of stuff in Lua. It's such a straightforward language that they've chosen the right features. Lua, I think, chose the right features to keep it simple, but powerful. Simple but powerful. So we wrote this on stream a few weeks ago, and now I'm teaching this in my class. But the Lua code is so great. If you guys want to check out, do I have a Tofu Land? Tofu Land? I don't think I have a, oh, there it is. If you want to check out Tofu Land, feel free to do it. I think it's a fantastic starting language. I thought I was going to dislike it because I don't like, let me start over. It's not that I don't like Python. I don't actually think Python and JavaScript are particularly good languages to start with. I kind of think Lua might be a great starting language. I'm not sure. I haven't experimented with it. I do think C# has been a fantastic starting language for my students. But I'm not sure about Lua. I'm going to have to play around with it to see. But the simplicity of Lua, I think, makes it a really good language. I thought I wasn't going to like it, but I actually really like Lua. Okay. End rant. The focus on the table in Lua, I think, is good for start to. Yes, I love it. Lua Learning Stream. I want to write a book on it. When I say a book, I want to write something that's like my C# book. So I want to make adventures in Lua. So my C# workbook, this is what I use when I teach Intro to C#. It's this book I wrote. This is what I use with my students. I want to write an adventures in Lua book for a class that probably, I have so many things I want to do. When am I ever going to do it? I think Lua would be a fantastic language to start with. There's nothing wrong with learning JavaScript first or learning Python first. I just have found that my students who learn JavaScript first or Python first really struggle to switch to a new language. When I teach C# as a first language, the students transfer to JavaScript, no problem. I've seen them transfer to Python, no problem. Booyah Grandma, struggling with a Lua implementation in Unity right now. So let me ask you, when you say you're struggling with a Lua implementation, are you struggling to add Lua into your code base, like a Lua interpreter? Also, Booyah Grandma, nice to see you. How have you been? Folks? Booyah Grandma is a streamer as well. I don't know how long you've been. Why didn't that shout out go through? Booyah. There it goes. Folks, go check out Booyah Grandma. We were over there just a little while back. Really enjoyed your stream. What are you working on? Feel free to drop some links if you got them. Feel free to drop some links. I gave you permission in case you need it. But I love when people come by here and check stuff out. But I really enjoyed your stream the other day. A plugin uses it for their database manipulation. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for popping in. If you guys want to go check out a great streamer, go check out Booyah Grandma. Okay, we're supposed to be writing code. We're supposed to be writing code here, and we haven't been doing a whole lot of that. I want to see if I can render this board on the screen. Oh, you know what I need? You know what this really needs? I need to get this is what this really needs is a public enumerable of pairs from position to elements. That's really what this thing needs. So we can pull all these things out, or even better, you know what, I'm gonna have this give us back an read-only dictionary. So this is a view of the underlying dictionary here. I'm going to call this view. And really, this is just going to give us back our elements. I could call it elements. Question. This isn't quite what I want, because you can still modify it under here. This is just saying, hey, by the way, this is what I feel like I want it to do. Calls, I usually do call it columns. Here, we'll fix it for you. It's beautiful columns. Dropping in here and seeing some code happening is really nice. I haven't worked on anything since my job stopped existing last year. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It sounds like maybe your job It wasn't something that you wanted to have happen. This isn't quite what I want. I really want... This is sort of what I want. I want to have a view here. Let me ask the question. Elements view. Have this return elements view. So it's a read only. After we construct this thing, elements view, it's going to be equal to a new I read only dictionary. Does this copy the dictionary, or is it actually a view on the dictionary? You watched an MS Blazer stream yesterday and it blew their mind when I mentioned that Grumpy streams ASP Classic and VBScript every day. It's awesome. I love hanging out over there on Grumpy stream. Is there a way to get... Hang on. Is there a way... Hang on. Elements dot... As read only. This is what I want. This is what I want. There we go. So, fun fact. The reason I know this is a view... It's this as keyword here. This as keyword is super important here. This as keyword tells me, sorry, the as keyword here is telling me that I'm not making a copy. So C# convention as is usually a cast. And so I know I can safely return this elements dot here, and as my data changes, I don't need to call elements again. Or I could if I wanted to, but it's giving me a read-only version. So the person outside of this class, I'm encapsulating, it's the person outside of this class that's using this knows that they can't modify it, but they can do a loop here. They can do for each. We're going to come in, say position element in board dot elements. I can do a for each here, loop through it, and start drawing stuff onto my screen. And since I'm not printing anything to a terminal, I can just sort of come in here. I don't care about the order. I can just look up the position and draw a square onto the screen. I can draw a square onto the screen to represent what's there. I think I want to get some sprites in here. I think we're going to do a little bit of sprite drawing real quick to make some walls. The walls are going to be a little janky. They're not going to look as nice as these Pac-Man walls. But that's okay. We're going to draw square walls, dots, power pills, and then get a Pac-Man on the board here. So let's do a little bit of art. Let's do a little art. Do we want pixel art? Do we want non-pixel art? What do we think? Let's do pixel art. Unless someone feels very strongly that we want to do some non-pixel art. All right, so we'll pull this in here. Let's make a pixel art expander. There we go. All right, we're going to do 48 by 48 sized art. That feels like a reasonable size to do some art. All right. Hand oil painted art. Booyah Grandma will do some hand painted oil. Hand oil painted. All right, folks, let me go get my oil paints. Let me go. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get my oil paints so we can make some Pac-Man art. I do have oil paints in the other room. Use some dolly art. We could do that too. So let's create a wall here. 48 by 48 feels like a lot suddenly. Does 48 by 48 feels like a lot. Let's do a new here. I don't like 48's too big. We'll scale it up. Let's do 16 by 16. That feels like an amount of pixels I'd be willing to draw. 16. Not a real suggestion. Please don't feed the AI bees cave drawings with mud. Yeah, well, let me get my cave wall out here. We'll just paint on the wall. I do miniatures, so I have a bunch of those actually aren't oil paints. Those are acrylic. I have acrylic paints. I do have some oil paints. All right, so our wall is just going to be this dumb wall. Why does this feel so giant? I'm so used. I've been doing pixel. Is this really 16 by 16? In Tick 80, we have 8 by 8. You guys are hilarious. You guys are too funny. Let's go with this nice blue color here. Is there a fill tool? Where's the fill tool? Paint bucket. There it is. right, we'll go with a dark blue and a light blue on the inside. There we go. This is gonna be our wall just to start. I definitely bought a full acrylic set and gave it a go. Nice. Oh, folks, Snabble, you think 8x8 is enough? Yeah, 48 by 48 was too big. That's how big the chess pieces I found were. Clayman, thank you for the hat. Yeah, the people been getting me with those hat redeems. We're about to go on a break though. So Nameless Coder, welcome back to the stream as well. Folks, before I forget, I always forget to promote this. We have a showcase coming up February 17th. Works in progress. What are you working on? Works in progress are welcome. Art is welcome. Games are welcome. Web projects. Anything you're doing. Maybe you're writing a musical song. Maybe you're writing a musical song. Maybe you're writing a song. Whatever you're working on, I want to check it out. February 17th. Go sign up on the Discord for it. I'll see what you're going. Hanso says, Captain makes me want to play L.A. Noire. L.A. Noire. All right, so we're going to save this as... let's come over... let's see if we can find how to navigate. This be on the D drive. How do I get to my... Why would they make this so hard to navigate here? I just want to go to my D drive. How do I get to my D drive? What's going on? I just want to go to the D drive. I guess I can do that. Captain Coder, let's go to GitHub. All right, I got there in a weird way. Try swapping, and then it looks like C64. Nice selection of colors. We could set it to an Amiga color set. Hang on. They have that built in CaptainCoder.org. Then this is our Capman. And I'm going to create a folder here for it. It's going to be our art. And this one's going to be wall. Wall like that. So this, I believe, I can never quite remember, edit palette. Not edit palette, a load palette. They also, where is it? Load. Don't they have a drop down? I don't use this program enough to find it. Load the default palette. I swear there's an option in here to just... it's this one. These are the presets. These are the presets. So if I bet they have Amiga. Oh, they don't have Amiga. C64. So if we wanted to make it look like an Atari, we have CGA. But yeah, they have a Commodore. Commodore. Here we go. If we want to do Commodore, we have that. A64. Could use this color palette if we really want. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's make it look super fancy. There we go. There we go. Save that. Okay, so we got our wall. We need to have a dot. All right, so let's export this. I should really probably do this as a sprite sheet, but we're not gonna. We're not gonna do it as a sprite sheet. We'll do wall.png here. Export that. And then, I mean, just change the border and background. You want me to do the CGA color palette? Sorry, maybe I should have picked a different color palette. Hang on, we're getting crazy here. CGA. All right, we'll do the CGA color palette. Boom. Boom. Save. Export. All right. We need a dot now. We're gonna add a dot. These colors are gonna be horrible. I think I want this color actually. That'll be better. That'll look better. Export. I shouldn't make terrible suggestions like that. You don't want CGA? It'll be like playing the old Sierra games. It'll be like playing old Sierra games. TBD Gamer, how are you doing, friend? Welcome back to the stream. I hope you're having a beautiful day. What have you been working on? I know we came by your stream the other day, but I had to run to work, so I didn't get to stick around too long. What are you working on? What are you working on? Let's add in a dot here. This is gonna be our plain old dot. Like that. Can I make this look more round? How do I draw circles? Circles are hard. Is this... Why is it coming? How do I make a thing look like a circle? How do I make something look? How do I make something look like a circle? In Pac-Man, I guess it's just a single dot, right? Light border and dark background. So let's go look at the Pac-Man. Do I still have the Pac-Man screenshot open? Yeah. All right. Let's see how did they do it? How did they make it look? So it's a little pixel, a little fuzzy. Oh, that's not what I want. Let's pick this color here. Really, this whole thing, I want it to be in the center here. Let's just erase. This all needs to get erased. They used more pixels. It's probably true. It's probably true. So to be in the center, be here, 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 and here, I believe. I don't know if I've gone down far enough. We're just gonna do it like that. Can I delete? I suppose we'll end up just doing a mask. Is this really nothing there? What is going on? I don't want to... Okay, so, oh, it's so small that is the transparent color. We'll just do a dot. Light border and dark background, we can do that too. Been working on viewer stream project and spending some time on getting a bot up and running. If you got a link for us to what you're working on, TBD, feel free to drop it in. We'll take a look at it. Sorry, that's not what I meant. Permit TBD. Feel free to drop a link if you'd like to. Let's save as. We're gonna call this dot. Really, I should do a sprite sheet here, but you know, lazy. Let's add in the bigger dot. So the bigger dot, let's expand. Expando. Cool, cool. Let's take a look here. Okay, and then I think if we expand out, just doing, why is it erasing that way? Let's make our right side just, there we go. So this is gonna be our power pellet. Here, I suppose I could also just use the circle tool. Each 8x8 block could have only 2 colors out of 15. 1 second, let's look at this link. TBD Gamer, thank you for the link. Water, drink, water. So this is a streamer plugin that interacts with the chat, I'm assuming, and application to help you remember to drink water. This company streams on TBD, so there are a few guidelines to follow, the PR guidelines. No major standalone PRs. Oh, this is just saying how we do it. Water, drink, water. Oh, cool, cool. I like that. Red, this pixel work makes me want to pick up my TI-84 RPG project. Oh man, I should, my TI-84 is kind of busted. Last time I opened it, there's like 2 columns of dead pixels, but I was talking to my partner about this the other day of, I cannot believe how much effort I would put into coding on the TI-84. I didn't have a keyboard. You were programming on the TI-84 with that TI-84. This keyboard, if you can call it this input here on the TI-84 here. I used to write code using this because it's like I didn't have, when I'm at school, I don't want to pay attention in class. I'm on my calculator writing code. Can you imagine? I can't imagine doing this today, but I used to write code on this. Oh, I know, and I used to love it. I used to love it. It's crazy. Look at that. Look at this keyboard. Just writing code with this thing. And I was going, oh my God, I can't believe it did that. And now we have Visual Studio Code. It's because Distron was showing us the work he was doing in Pascal in this old text editor that didn't have syntax highlighting. And the syntax highlighting, you forget how great syntax highlighting is because you're just so used to it. What kind of programs would you make? I used to make RPGs. Like Red is saying here, an RPG project. I used to do text-based adventures. I wrote a snake game completely on this. I wish I could. I'm gonna see if I can find it. I'm gonna see if I can find it at some point. It'd be cool to show you guys it. Yeah, it's pretty wild to think about. Let's keep adding here to our circle. We're gonna make it a little bit more circular. So I think to make it more circular, how do I make circles? What even is a circle, folks? What even is a circle? What makes something look like a circle? Here, let's use the circle tool. There we go. Was close. I was close to making something look like a circle. It's not centered. You can't center that. All right, so let's try. But like that. There's our that'll be our Pac-Man. The power pill needs to be smaller than Pac-Man. Why can't I draw a centered? Hang on. Let me draw a square here of my bounding box real quick. Okay, and then we're gonna put it inside of this. Why am I so bad at this game? Why am I so bad at this game? There we go. First try, everybody. First try, easy. Easy. I don't know why that was so difficult for me to figure out. There we go. Now that's a circle. Now that's a circle. This one's gonna be save as power pill. There we go. Whew. We got it. There's a Minecraft Circle Maker website that you can follow based on a diameter. I just didn't know what the diameter was gonna be. All right, folks, we made some pixel art here. We're gonna take a quick break. I gotta fill up. I'm gonna get some tea. I'm gonna get some more water. When we come back, we're gonna do a little bit of stretching. I take my power pill, Hulkamania vitamins. The Hulkster. The Hulkster's gonna get you. The Hulkster. Folks, I love the Hulk. I love the Hulkster. Folks, we'll be back. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna take a quick break. We're gonna be coming back. We're gonna be doing some stretches. We're gonna be doing some coding. Don't go anywhere. Captain shall return momentarily. Folks, we're back. We got the Hulk Hogan, the Ultimate Anthology Profits. I bet you didn't think I had this. And the funniest part of it, this disc, it's currently in my PlayStation right now because I was watching it yesterday. So the disc number 2, I was watching it, the Hulk Hogan Anthology. But I don't think people realize how fun I think Hulk Hogan, how fun I think old school wrestling is. It's I will never make fun of someone for loving soap operas because that's what wrestling is. Wrestling is just soap operas with fighting in it. Let me tell you, brother, the Hulkster, the Hulkamania. I love it. I love this stuff. Kobolaki, welcome back to the stream, by the way. Folks, I'm having so much fun today. You guys are all amazing. I'm a huge fan is the wrong word. I am a fan of old school wrestling. When I was growing up, I used to think it was so fun. The wrestling is so bad. It's so bad. It's just soap operas. It's just soap opera. Wrestling is such an American thing. I have no real perspective on it. It's just, so it's just soap operas. There's drama. It's soap operas. Drama with fighting. It's so weird from the outside. That's fair. It is a very weird thing. So let me ask you a question. How do you feel about like animes like Dragon Ball Z, Naruto? I'm pronouncing it wrong, I'm sure. It's just Dragon Ball Z is just wrestling cartoon. Yeah, I know. So there you go. That you won't enjoy it. It's just dumb drama. It's so fun. I find it so fun. It's overacting. It's theater, overacting theater. It's hilarious. That's fair. If you hate them, then you won't like wrestling. I find it hilarious. Nameless Coder, congratulations on your daily points. Folks, exclamation point here to get your daily points. Folks, thank you so much. Why can't I minimize this? Let's just hit the minimize button. For hanging out with me, for being here. We have 125 bonus points to all you beautiful people. I knew a little bit about wrestling in like 2012 and thought Brock Lesnar was cool. So I don't even know who Brock Lesnar is. Let me say it. So that's how little I actually pay attention to wrestling. As a kid, I just remember thinking it was so gimmicky, so funny to watch. And a lot of my friends, like I grew up in a trailer park though, so let that speak for itself. So we're gonna load these textures in here. We're gonna load some textures in here. We render the board. We need to have the textures to be able to show them on the screen. So I'm gonna actually create. I think it makes sense here to actually create a board renderer, at least for now, because I need this thing to have the textures. Made a life teaching your folks a proper craft. Yeah. I fell in love with programming at a young age as well. 7. I started programming when I was 7. Public class board renderer. And I want this to have our textures in it. So this is going to be using raylib.cs here. We are going to have a public. It doesn't necessarily need to be a public, but we need a dictionary here. I need a way to look up my textures. And maybe I don't need a dictionary for this. I just feel like we might not need to have multiples. But we're gonna go from our, not chess piece, from our elements to a textured 2D. It's gonna be our textures. Okay, we need to, and I guess this could be static. So the texture, we're gonna need to draw this thing. So then we're gonna add a method here, public void render board int int left. This is again where we're gonna position it onto the screen. Our textures, I want to load these. Is there a way? Do we have static? We do. Okay, so we have a static constructor here, and we're gonna be able to make. We're gonna initialize textures during it. Textures. as textures equals a new dictionary here. I think a lot of people don't learn until later, and I think that's fine. It's one of the things that inspired me to want to teach programming to young people. I learned it so young, and when I was growing up, there was no one else my age programming, so it was kind of lonely. I did have some stuff on the internet, some what I'd call internet friends, where I did a little bit of talking, but nothing really. It's kind of a lonely place to be, and so I always felt when I was growing up, how cool it would be to be a teacher to teach programming. I ended up going into music, wanting to teach music, and I went to school to be a music teacher, and then now I am teaching. I teach at a middle school, ages 10 to 14. Age doesn't matter at all. Age doesn't matter at all. There's like a mental, if you enjoy, it's the puzzle solving. Programming is all about solving puzzles. Nijod Coder says, will you check out a concept I made? It runs in the browser. Can you drop it on the Discord, Nijod Coder? We could probably check it out too. What is it? Tell me more. Drop it on the Discord. There's a projects channel you can drop it in on the Discord. And if it's big enough, you might even consider doing it on our showcase in February. For me, Red says, a friend recognized that I was thinking in what was efficiently Visual Basic pseudocode and taught me some actual program. Very cool. Very cool. I don't know what, my uncle was a programmer. I don't know what really got me, probably wanting to make video games as a kid. Okay, so I want to load these in. I'm going to create I guess I could pull it into art here. Let's create a folder, assets. Create a new folder, sprites. And I'm going to move these into our sprites. And I'm going to go look at my other code real quick to remember how to do this, because this is only the second time I've used Raylib. I missed something. Inheritance. Get it? I don't understand. Maze game concept. Let's see if we can look at this real quick. Let me get this loaded up, Nijod Coder. Let me, I gotta focus here just for a second, so I can remember how I did this. AO1, have a beautiful day. Thanks for hanging out. Remember, keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best AO1 dev you can be, and you're welcome back anytime, my friend. Thank you for hanging out with us. I appreciate it greatly. Thank you for being here. We'll be back tomorrow as well. Okay, asset to path. I did something kind of like this. So I'm gonna still this just for a moment in here, and then we're gonna modify it to meet our needs. So string asset path. You can take in an element here, and it's asset sprites, and then plus element here. And our element wall. We have an element dot and a power pill. What's the difference really in the generalized board renderer? What are you making, Pac Chess or Pac-Man? We're doing Pac-Man. We're doing a Pac-Man inspired game. Power Pill has no dash in it. What's the difference really in the generalized board renderer? Oh, as opposed to doing it in our program here, there's not really much of a difference. I'm just encapsulating these textures here so that my main method. Oh, between Pac-Man and Chess, they're the same game. They're the same game. I haven't forgotten. I need to finish this first, Nijod Coder. I have it open on my other screen. I haven't forgotten. All right, element. I just want to finish getting this done and not lose my focus here. So we're going to load textures here for each element. element in element. I'm gonna load that up, and then our textures here. Okay. And I'm just gonna pull this up here, and so we'll load this the first time board render is needed. We load it. We could potentially move this into an initialize function. You know what? Actually, let's do that. We're gonna leave this here, and we'll make this public. We could potentially load this ahead of time. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's gonna do it here when board renderer loads. So anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're gonna do s_textures equals load textures, like that. I suppose we could make it so it makes a new. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Load textures. There we go. All right, so I should be able to load my textures in like that. I think I got it. I think I got it. Lo-Fi Craft, welcome back to the stream. How you doing on this beautiful Saturday? All right, need job code. Let's take a look here. Captain Chica, welcome back to the stream. I hope you're having a beautiful day as well. Need job coder. We're gonna check it out. Run game. We're just listening to Stream Beats. Stream Beats. This particular song is called Done Before Dawn. Got that classic. Okay. Ooh. Ooh, that's cool. All right, arrow keys to move. It's so... Okay, I have to make it full screen here to see what's going on. Space to jump. Okay. I like this. And now we can move... We can rearrange our map here. I'm trying to get to this key. This key's completely boxed in. I didn't make this game. This is Nameless Coder sent this to us. Nameless Coder sent this to us. By shift. How do I get there? It's like a Rubik's Cube. Ah. I like this concept a lot. Do I die? Well, that was a mistake. That was a mistake. Let's try again. Is there a restart button? Is there a restart button? I fell into the void. Can I move this over? There's still a wall there. Is it possible? Nameless Coder, is this possible? I can't figure it out if it is possible. I haven't tried very hard. You said you don't know? Isn't this your game? Oh, sorry, Need Job Coder. Need Job Coder sent this. Sorry, I let myself get confused. Need Job Coder. Is it possible? Is this possible is it possible to win here? Does anyone see a solution? Or it's a cool idea. Only using a bug it can be. Okay, so you were testing. This is a really cool idea. I really like the idea. Really cool concept. It's like Rubik's Cube. In my mind, it feels like a Rubik's Cube puzzle game. Nameless Coder. Need Job Coder. Keep us up to date on what this is gonna be. I want to play this more. If you think you'll have time to finish it before our showcase, you should also submit it to the showcase. I'd love to show it off a little bit more on stream. Fabulous. This is fabulous. I love this idea. Okay. Let us render our board here. I'm going to add in some constants. Public const int cell size. or yeah, cell size 16 is what we have. Can I scale these? So when I load these images, and I think I want to scale them up a little bit, because it's going to be too small on my screen. I want it to be a little bit bigger. Even though my sprites are 16 by 16, I want to scale them up. So let's see if... Let's draw them first like this. We'll draw them first like this. We'll say for each, and then we'll scale them. Let's get something on the screen first. Let's get some on the screen first. We're gonna do this. Given the position, we're gonna draw it. So it's gonna be a raylib.draw texture. We take in the texture we're gonna draw. It's gonna be S textures of element. L, we call it L here. And our XY position. So it's gonna be our position dot column. Maybe I should name position X and Y here. Times cell size. Position dot row times cell size. And then our tint is just white. And in my program, I'm gonna create a board. So I need a board equals new board, and we're gonna pass in board dot, hang on, board. To make it standard board. Board dot static, this is gonna be static. Board dot standard board. Board renderer. You can just do this. Call this board renderer. We won't draw that. Board renderer dot render. I suppose I don't need render board in there anymore. So board 50/50. It's not going to show up at 50/50. I think I'm going to rename this to just be render. And we need to shift this, so it's going to be left plus, top plus. Come up here, .NET run project raylib. How do you get the replace thing when you have a cursor on the word? Let me show you that. All right, so you are correct. Pac-Man is just chess. Whoever said Pac-Man and chess are the same thing, Red, you're right. Why ran it? Look, they're identical. They're identical. Clearly the same thing here. All right. I'm clearly in the wrong directory here. So you're asking how I got the rename. So in VS Code, if I press F2, it has rename. If I right click, I can do rename symbol. I think this might be different. You can customize what the setting is. By default on Windows, it's F2. I think on Mac it's the same, but I'm not 100% sure. Project raylib. .NET build. Oh, raylib must not be a folder. Cap raylib. There we go. So we got a segmentation fault. That's always a good sign. It's always a good sign in C# when you get a segmentation fault. I think it might be the first time I've received a segmentation fault in C#. Congrats on your segmentation fault. Clearly it's calling down. Krasenstein with the raid. Thank you for the raid. Kras. Thank you for the raid, folks. I don't know Krasenstein, creator of Worlds of Grimm. Successfully kickstarted it. You corrupted my computer. That's right, Smap. Look at this beautiful game. This game is what inspired me. This game inspired me to make the poorly drawn card game.
Receive these exclusive Kickstarter variants.
We're calling out to a C library, so the segmentation fault, I'm assuming... I have no idea. We're going to do a little debug here. Crass! No, Crash, you're too nice. You're too nice, Crass. Thank you so much for being here, my friend. Welcome back. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Grumpy, congrats. Yeah, folks, if you guys don't know the Grumpy game, Grumpy, are we on for technically next Saturday? Are we on for Saturday the 10th? Are we on for Saturday the 10th? Let me know. I did this. All right, let's actually look. I guess I should read the error. Attempted to read or write protected memory. This often indicates that the other memory is corrupt. All right, folks, we'll be over on the Grumpy Game Devs channel next Saturday, so be sure to follow Grumpy Game Dev. We're gonna do some torture, doing some test-driven development on a project. Grumpy has inspired me, forced me to do some good stuff. Data loaded successfully. I don't like that I don't have... Okay, board render.load textures. You know what this... this is... We cannot load the textures before we've initialized the window. The window has to be initialized first. Raylib is interesting. And that, I think there's something that I think makes sense about this, so I can't make this static here. Can't make this static here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a I read only list. Not list. I read only dictionary of element texture 2D textures. And this is going to call load textures, which initializes this. I guess I could put a question mark here. Dot to as read only. So this does what's called memoization. So we save the textures here. So we have this texture. It's going to load the textures. We're only going to need it when we call render. And ideally, you can't call this before the window has been loaded. With test-driven development, everybody wins. Working with you, Grumpy, has been a really great experience for me in getting me to not over-engineer my programs. I always reach for like this crazy abstract over-engineered solution, and you have forced me in a good way to do better. You've forced me to do better. Okay, so textures here. Yeah, so I really, really appreciate that, and it's been really good. TDIMOFF. TDIMOFF? TDIMOFF. Is that... am I pronounced that correct? TD, I'm off. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Dim off. I would like to welcome you to the stream now. Dim off. Welcome aboard, my friend. Dim off. Welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here. Since Spence, what kind of language is this in CodeWise? We are programming in C#. We are programming in C#. So the segmentation fault is saying that I haven't initialized a window. It's interesting here. I just have to know that that's the case. I know it's the case because it's in the documentation. The error here is not particularly here, but since Spence, welcome to the stream. If your program doesn't run or isn't finished, it doesn't fulfill the first criterion of a product. I feel like I missed a context there, so sorry about that. Why didn't the Java developer program in C? I don't know, Cricket. Why didn't the Java developer program in C? Grumpy, I really like Raylib. You might like, well, you don't program in C#. You don't program in C#, but you might be able to use it from VB. I'm not sure. I like it because he couldn't C#. Nice. He couldn't C# on the top of over-engineering. Eventually, your program has to actually run. I mean, that's just like your opinion. I have found it super simple, Grumpy. So remember how I didn't like Monogame? The things about Monogame I didn't like were just it was troublesome to get it to run on Mac and Windows. Raylib is so tiny. Raylib is just so tiny here. Oh, look at our Pac-Man screen. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's just a beautiful little game there. Since Spence, I am just getting into the Venture program, trying to see the different coding in action. I love C#. If you want to, Cricket, yeah, the crew spoke in Pac-Man 1. I do have a book that I'm working on. It gets all the basics of C#. Free, open source, online interactive workbook called Adventures in C#. I've designed it for ages 10 to 14, young children. But a lot of people have said this book has been really helpful for them starting out. So if you want to give it a shot, you can. I think C# is a fantastic language to start with. I start my students with it in my intro to programming class. I use this workbook that I've written here for that as well. There's some major revisions I got to do. Replit stopped supporting some of the things that I was doing, so it's a little bit chunky right now. Farron, how you doing? Welcome back to the stream, folks. The incredible Farron's Cabinet, host of the Captain Coder Nice emote. You guys may have noticed Captain Coder is not an affiliate, not a partner on Twitch, but we have some collectible Captain Coder emotes. Cricket, do you have that breakdown of the Pac-Man AI? I don't yet. If you have some links, send it to me. I'm calling this a Pac-Man inspired. I'm calling it a Pac-Man inspired game. And looking at Raylib, this is pretty much a basic dialect wrapped in C. Yeah. I find it to be a fantastic. I'm going to start using Raylib. Maybe not this year, but in future classes.
Seems good.
To teach UI stuff to start out. An homage, wrapped in a C API, yeah. An homage to Pac-Man, if you will. Yeah, it's called Capman. Folks, Farron's an incredible. I have a chat. Farron. Give Farron some love, folks. Farron's a variety streamer, aspiring game developer, does cozy streams, some games, does knitting, does art. Super fun place to hang out if you want to just chill, have a good time. I love the co-working streams. Not as intense as my stream. Not as intense. So Zero's, I'm surprised how big this got. This is super interesting. I'm surprised. Let's make the background. Can we make the back? It's white. Let's do black. Call it. And a hamster leaving little food pellets. There we go. I'm surprised how good. Our walls need to be thinner is essentially what's happening. Our walls are too thick. So let's make this thing a little bit bigger. So screen width should be we can determine our screen width from our board. So these aren't going to be consts. We're going to do int. Screen width is our board dot columns times board dot board renderer dot cell size. Why did cell size? Oh, capital. Sorry, board render dot cell size. And then our height is board dot rows times board renderer dot cell size. Boom! That looks surprisingly good. For some reason, I didn't think it was going to look that good. I can't, like, I'm kind of impressed at how good this looks. Why does it look so good? I mean, the walls are thick. The walls feel super thick, but it works out. So all of the walls here are half-sized, and so there's some stuff we could do to make it so the walls render a little better. But this is correct. Pac-Man starts on top of these two, so Pac-Man is kind of a thick boy. A thick boy. He's sort of like a 4x4, and because our walls are half-sized, everything sort of looks okay in there. I'm shocked. I thought this was gonna look horrible. I'm kind of shocked at how good that looks. Let's get a commit here. Get status. Get add. Sure. Implement. Yeah, he's two half Pac-Man stitched together. Implement. Very basic board / board renderer. Maybe add in the wall gaps around the outside. You have thick walls. So I need to do... So when I run this, there are gaps in the original. Yeah. So there's a couple things I can do. The representation of the wall and how it's drawn. Let me get these side by side a little bit better. Stop it, you. Stop it. Why am I bad at this game? Okay. So here's this. Let me turn the chat off so it's not covering it here. Something we can sort of look at here. Even though these are all walls, the way it gets drawn is it sort of has, there's these different sprites for drawing the wall. We could do something, I don't want to get too crazy. But the walls have either different sprites or different rendering. It's sort of drawing a line that's hollowed out here. There is space. So right here, we don't actually have, if you look here, technically it's wall, but it's not really. It's hollowed out there. So if I did that, it would look a little bit better. Yeah, Grumpy, if I make them contextually aware, I can say, oh, and that might be a fun thing to implement here, is say, okay, if I'm a cell, if I'm a wall, and I have, this would be for our visual rendering, and I have a neighbor to the down below me. These arrows are too big. If I'm a cell and I have a wall down to the bottom and to the left, then I want to render the wall that looks like this. So we can have some contextual stuff. There's not that many rules. 3 key girl, you warm my heart today by blessing us with your presence. 3 key girl, welcome back to the stream. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Yeah, so this would be kind of a good thing to do. Maybe not a good thing. It is a thing we could do. Thindle, welcome back to the stream. How you doing, friend? How's Zelda? So I think that could be fun to do. Let's come in. Let's clean up our standard wall here. Let's clean up our standard here. Bacon for sandwiches. Oh, mail me some. Mail me. Give me your bacon. Give me your bacon. Mail me some. Now I want bacon. The doctor told me. So, fun fact, the doctor told me I haven't been eating enough bacon. So I've been trying to eat more of it. I don't have enough bacon in my diet, is what my doctor told me. Can you believe that? Thank you for the bacon. The partner, I actually don't even know if you have pets. I have a dog named Dusty, and I have a girlfriend. I live with my girlfriend. There we go. We'll clear that out. Dusty, we used to let Dusty on stream. He doesn't like to be on stream. Your butcher's named Kuani, exactly. Is your butcher named Doctor too? Doctor says. Oh, that's too funny. I love that. I love the idea of these contextually aware walls. Let's hollow these out a little bit here. It won't quite, I guess we'll have to add in a door. Okay. It won't quite work for this inner part here. Let's see what that looks like. Lyric Painter. That looks even better. It looks even better. I really like that. Lyric Painter, I would like to say, welcome aboard, my friend. Today we got a lyric painter, lyrically painting those songs. Lyric Painter, thank you for the follow. Dusty is absolutely wonderful. Dusty's a good boy. He is a blue healer, and I love him. Blue healer, and I love him. Can we do rules for this? Are they all rules for this? We can't quite. I think we're going to run into weird issues. Oh, no, I think we can do it. Because it ends up being an outline this way.
Seems
ends up being an outline. I'm not... The easiest way would be half squares. Cattle Dog, yeah. Australian blue healer, Cattle Dog. I'm planning on going back to school for cybersecurity soon. Awesome. What inspired you to do that, Lyric Painter? What was your inspiration? That's really cool. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sharing that with us. I'm trying not to worry too much about how it looks, but I do think it would make sense. What are we coding today? 3Key Girl, that's a great question. The crew voted. So we have do I have a Twitter? Do I have a Twitter command? I don't. The crew voted. I keep closing this tab, but I put a poll out on the Twitter on what we were going to do next, and the crew spoke, and the crew said, let's do Pac-Man. So we're doing Pac-Man. This one here. This one. Pac-Man. The Pac. The Wacky Pac. So that's what we're doing. We're implementing a version of Pac. I went to trade school for computers and stuff, so I want to get better job than the one I have now. Gotcha. I fell in love with programming pretty early. What about a pack of mans? Look, that's a different game. Thindle. What app are you using for the arrows and drawing on the screen? It's called Zoom It. Zoom It, really cool tool. It lets it look at us go. Control 1. It's part of a Windows Sys Internals. Control 1 starts zooming in on the screen. You click, can start drawing on the screen. You can add some text. Hello, world. Boom, you can maybe you want yellow. Maybe you want to draw yellow. Maybe you want to draw purple. Maybe you want big ol' purple lines like that. Maybe you want to draw an oval. You can do it. It's easy. A Tetris style game called Pac-Man. MJT, that's what I should have done. I really like it. It has a pure zoom feature as well. Has a timer feature you can use. If you want, you can actually just go. Maybe you want just a screen to draw on. It goes to draw mode. You clear it out. What is P? Is P for pink? P is this color. Yeah. B is for blue. G is for green. There's probably some other colors. I never do this, but Control S actually takes a screenshot. Control Shift S lets you crop. So a lot of really powerful things. Just R is for racing. R is for red. R is for ray tracing. It's a really, really cool tool. Zoom It, Sys Internals for Windows. If you have Sys Internals turned on, you have it by default. Thindle's the one that taught me about it. I learned about it on Thindle's stream.
Kitty.
Where you can go see Zelda, folks. Did you know Zelda is over on Thindle's stream? Also the host of the Captain Coders collectible What emote. The collectible What emote.
Okay.
That tea's good.
All right, let's.
Oh, that tea is so good. This is a non-caffeine slippery tea. So good. I abuse Zoom It. I mean, look, what did Zoom It ever do to you, Thindle? I told you about it a long time ago, but you weren't ready to learn it yet. Clearly I wasn't. Or I probably, yeah. Smab, I had to see it in action. I love it now. I use it on a daily basis. My students think it's super cool. We got the high def and poorly drawn version. I'm getting ready to have some caramel hot chocolate. 3Key Girl. Oh, 3Key Girl. I need it. It sounds good. Okay. Do we want to? So here's the question. Do we want to go down the context path of figuring out how to render each one of these? I think we might. Because this is a fun little thing. This is a fun little exercise. There's a fun little exercise here. What's interesting, something I'm noticing about this board is that they are using what appears to be taller. Their grid is taller than it is wide, it looks like. Is that true? Can someone confirm that this grid is taller than it is wide, or is it just me? No, it must not be, because these look okay. It's Karnak. I haven't seen Karnak. Reiki girl, you're making me all kinds of things. You're making me all kinds of things. You're making me want to see all the delicious things. Karnak. My screen's not suitable for Karnak. What is Karnak? Karnak. Oh yeah, I don't like showing the keystrokes on my stream. I kind of find that, if I'm being completely honest, the streams that show that, I find them to be distracting. Oh good, the googly eyes showed up. What would look, when you need help finding the bugs, just add an extra pair of eyes. You can add an extra pair of eyes there. Yeah. So if I was playing a game, I'd probably put it on there so you could see it. That makes sense. I see people it's probably not what I'm thinking of. Programmers that streams, I see they'll be typing and it'll like be showing text going all over the string. When lots of shortcuts are used, so it can be limited to that. That's kind of cool. No Docs and Bacon Thindle, creator of the No Docs app. All right, folks, we are getting close to the end of the stream here. I'm having so much fun, I kind of don't want to end. I never want it to end, but I think I got to wrap it up here. Unfortunately, got some things I know, Thindle, it's not you. I'm not leaving because of you, though. I promise, Thindle, I'm not leaving because of you. I'm going to work on this a little bit. I don't think people want to watch me make a bunch of different sprites for all our coordinates, so I'm going to make contextually sensitive here. I'm going to do this off stream, probably, maybe not. Maybe I'll do it on stream later. Tomorrow. But the next thing I think I do is I think I want to do the context ones here. People do want to see it. Look, maybe I'm just making excuses. Maybe we just need a break here. Because we haven't had enough hat redeems yet. Maybe we haven't had enough hat redeems. You want bacon? 3K girl, that's kind of it. I'm feeling hungry. Like, I kind of want to go to the diner. Go to this diner, get myself some delicious breakfast, get myself some bacon, get myself some eggies. Folks, thank you guys so much for hanging out. You can find the source code that we wrote today. What did I change? Oh, I cleared that out. And let's do an amend here. All right, we're gonna push this up here. So if you guys want to find the source code, you can. We're gonna find someone to raid it out to. Well, I'm finding someone to raid out to. If you have someone you want us to raid, feel free to do it. Check out our Discord as well. We have a lot of fun on the Discord. Let's check out Twitch. Maybe we'll raid Mo. We could raid JD. I'm trying to raid some new people this week. Ariella's awesome. We have so many new people in the software and game development recently that I've been trying to raid into new people to get them in here. Have you ever raided Mo? I haven't. I don't know if people would be as interested in watching Mo as I am. Anyway, I'm going to start streaming 3Key Girl. That's awesome. What do you think you're going to stream? Any suggestions on these new game dev people? Build and manage Magic Library. I've been trying to raid into some young, newer streamers. We're doing some game dev here. Prismatic dev. Keybind is always a good choice. It's got 2 viewers, so you'll break through. Oh, I thought that was a library. Let's check it out. Doing Blazor. Well, we were doing game dev today, so I kind of want to keep it game dev a little bit. Kind of want to keep it into game dev a little bit here. I am a Merlin. Yeah, Lana's not new. Lana's a good streamer too, though. Maybe we'll come over here. Gloves of Ignorance, ask me anything. He's chatting. I hear him talking. Anyone done I Am Merlin before? Godot? Yeah, let's go over there. Let's raid I Am Merlin, folks. No idea. So we're in for when we get there. All right, folks. Sorry it took me so long to get there. Let's raid I Am Merlin. We're gonna say when we get there, happy Saturday. Show us your game. Holy moly. Got a lot of people here today. Happy Saturday, show us your game. Happy Saturday, show us your game. That's our raid call. Twitch raid. Let's add some of those in there. What? There we go. Get your raid calls ready, folks. We're going to go over to I Am Merlin. Folks, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me on this beautiful day. Give them some love. As always, keep coding. Keep growing. Be the best you can be. And you're welcome back anytime. Have a beautiful day. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.